I didn't test this very well. I was literally sleeping until like 5 minutes before stream began. It's been so cold. It's been hard to get up. So cold. Ah. Good evening, Remove. Hello, Alcovinian, and hello, Vardine. I am super prepared. I've never actually played Horrified before. I've played I haven't played any other Horrified games either because this is just the American Monsters edition. So we can learn together. Is it spooky? I mean, it's a tabletop game, so like it's not, really actually spooky. But it's kind of, monsters. Yep, playing by myself. There is a Sasquatch in here, a Bigfoot. And my favorite is also in the game, however... Yeah, yes, passion fruit. You can call me Primrose. Other people just call me Prim, and some others call me Rose. Yeah, here's Bigfoot. This is actually a very nicely put together tabletop sim game. Like, some of them are really kind of jank, but this one looks like it was put together pretty well. There's also some official ones, but I haven't actually played with any official releases. Remove. The. You've not called me the. You've not called me the. That's a lie. But yeah. I've not played any official releases. And there are some that are also free that are official releases because they're demos. So like there's a demo for Distilled, I think, and also for the Darkest Dungeon tabletop game, which I have not still played actually. I started reading the rules and it's just kind of this seems like so much of a pain in the ass. I like tabletop games, but even then, a lot of people were saying that the rules were kind of whack. But yeah. So, I think in one game, you only tackle one of these. I'm she/her, thank you very much. Yeah, you only tackle one of these. So, a bit like a Call of Cthulhu, where you only tackle one of the monsters in a game. Same here. But it seems like it's simpler than that to some extent. So, all these also have different difficulties. I don't know if they spell that out in here. But I do spell it out in the book. Like in the guide. It's also, I've played Tabletop Sim before. I'm familiar with some of the commands, but it's been a little while, so I'm kind of rusty. But I know my basics. Like Alt for better visuals. So yeah, we have Bigfoot, the Jersey Devil, which honestly this doesn't very much look like the Jersey Devil as far as I think. Like it kind of does, but at the same time, like deer head, really. Like sure he's got antlers, but I have never actually heard of the Ozark Howler before. Does anyone know anything about him? He looks pretty nifty. And then we have Mothman, who again like looks very mothy. I always imagine him looking a bit more humanoid. A kangaroo with bat wings. The Leeds Devil. Yeah. So more like this image, I suppose. Like, I guess this is kind of a kangaroo face, but at the same time, like, it's not very scary. I just want to pet this guy. Mothman is Spider-Man bitten by a radioactive moth? No. Mothman was supposed to be basically a warning of, in a town or other. Like, he didn't actually hurt anyone in the 50s, 60s when he first started appearing. And he was just like this weird thing that people started sighting around town. And eventually that town had a disaster where like one of the bridges collapsed. And after that, no more Mothman sightings. And there was also something about like men in black being spotted around town too. Something like that. I read it when I was very young, the Mothman lore, so to speak, and I haven't really read it again, mostly because when I did read it, I had nightmares of like red eyes peering out my second story floor window. So try to avoid the nightmares. I mean, these are all cryptids. Like, legit. Bigfoot's a cryptid. Jersey Devil's a cryptid. And honestly, when you go out to, like, the Pine Barrens, I can see why they dreamed up something like the Jersey Devil. Again, I've never heard of the Ozark Howler. Chupacabra. I know Chupacabra is kind of is more popular, I suppose, in public stories, but I don't know if there's a whole lot like directly attributed to them, or if it's mostly just the same tales of like weirdly desiccated creatures, which mostly turn out to be things with like mange. Last one is a banshee. Banshee of the Badlands. So not an American cryptid, really, as far as I know. Unless there's actually, like, where are the Badlands? Banshees are Irish. Because it's actually more like there's some accents in here, like Beansidhe. Like, it's basically woman fairy. But people have taken it to mean this kind of screaming woman fairy who is supposed to be a wailer for the dead. So, yeah. I wonder if there's a specific legend that this is based on. It's a type of terrain. Let's see. Maybe we'll have more in the book. Let's take a look. Oh, setup. Maybe something in setup. Nope, setup is actual setup. Oh. Let's do a pop out. Okay, we have game setup. Thankfully, is all taken. There are Badlands in Dakota. I want to say most people don't think of the Dakotas at all, as far as I'm aware. It wouldn't be surprising if they mix them up. So there are different objectives depending on what the monster is. But I do remember seeing in here, like, there's a section of details about each monster and their difficulty level. Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah, you're right. So it's South Dakota for the Banshee of the Badlands. Let me just double check that I didn't pass by anyone here. No. Is Rushmore in the southern one? Who can tell? Who can tell? Who can tell? Okay. Like, let's see real quick. Okay. Rushmore, Dakota. South Dakota. It is in South Dakota. I've been out west, but never to Rushmore. It just feels like it takes forever to leave the state there. I'm used to a more close area. Not like the whole Texas thing where you drive for 7 hours and you're still in Texas. North Dakota is a genuine wasteland. They play ice hockey there, right? Like, they're not so bad at ice hockey? Question mark. But yeah, so here they have examples. I don't know what frenzy order is, but we'll find out. They have complexity levels. So they don't specify Chupacabra, but I suppose it's well known enough. I wonder if the Banshee of the Badlands is something that's actually like based on a story it told out there or not. Or if it is simply something made up for the game. Because I feel like they probably could have come up with another monster, like American monster, rather than the Banshee of the Badlands. Like, there's got to be something. All I can think of is, would have been too much if they put it, like, does this count as a cryptid? I guess it doesn't. Thinking about, like, the sewer alligators of New York City. Mothman and Bigfoot are the big ones. Yeah, I mean, Chupacabra and Jersey Devil are still, like, notables, right? Right? A sewer alligator? Mm-hmm. And there's also a few other things that are more like animals that are reported to exist, but there's a question mark as to whether or not they do. Like the whole, I guess there are actually like Black Panthers and stuff in, Black Panther's the cat, I mean, in Florida, right? Like the huge ones. Oh yeah, jackalopes too. But jackalopes aren't like hurtful. Granted, Mothman isn't really hurtful either. Yeah. Unless they went like the Monty Python way. Thunderbirds? Yeah. And they also, I mean, they could have went with, I don't know if I should say it, but like, they could have gone with like straight up werewolves theoretically. Or Wendigos, but they probably didn't want to deal with Wendigos. Because that's another scary thing. Mythological creatures rather than cryptids? That's a good question. I've listened to some podcasts about cryptids. A hockey tabletop game? There's a hockey tabletop game. There is. I don't have it. I haven't played it, but I've seen it in play. At a convention. They were giving out free cards for it. There is also, I mean, like a cycling one, but so there are definitely sports tabletop games. There's also a wrestling one. Okay, so like real quick, American cryptids. I feel like I'm just gonna come up with this game because I've been searching it. South Dakota Banshees. Okay. Lake monsters, Russia. Champ? Oh, there's Champ of Lake Champlain. They have their own, God, what is it called? Not Bessie. The Scottish Lake one. What's her name? They have their own. Nessie. Yeah. Nessie. They have their own Nessie up there. Ohio has the Loveland Frog. Okay. Solo play. I actually haven't played a whole lot of board games solo, honestly. I've almost always had someone to play with. So this is going to be interesting. But this is made for one player. Okay, time for water. Thank you. looking at some of these on Wikipedia. They're okay. I'm gonna bring it up. It's gotta be. Before we delve into this too hard. Okay. Cryptids. List of cryptids. How is this going to look? Okay. Just going to shrink it up a little bit more and also maybe like resize the window. Or I could do that. So we've got a list of cryptids here. They do. So like only going for American ones. Like look at this. Look at this. What is this? What is this? Little frogmen. Battle cats. Those are the Floridian panthers. We've covered those. Like look at this. I think I've heard of Ningen, but invented by Japanese. So it's only from the mid-2000s. Wow. Yeah, actually, someone tell Kawazu that he's a cryptid now. In Ohio, he counts as a cryptid. Ningen. Odoru akechan ningen. God. Tongue twisters. Oh, it's from 2chan. But it's a little difficult to sing. It's a little fast. I'm having to deal with learning it. No, I don't want to say tongue twister, but like another fast song. It's just kind of a I can speak kind of fast, but singing kind of fast like that is takes practice. Let's see. A lot of okay, we're in the aquatic section. So wait, we're in the aquatic section? Aquatic or semi-aquatic? So like this thing is supposed to be aquatic. With what? With what? Artist impression. So like, okay, so where's this image? Where's this image of this supposed cryptid? Okay, and there's a couple other things. Let's see. No preview. I'm not buying a book for this. Gymnopedia. I don't know what that is. But yeah, it does look like it's trying to break out. Was that a song that I missed? Oop, wrong window. Yeah, I didn't actually mean for the music to keep playing. Otherwise, I would have put up like a little thing for like what song is playing, but I'll leave it up for now. I also didn't separate out that particular piece of information for an overlay. Like normally I have it all together as one thing, but for this I broke it out into two. So we have the aquatics, terrestrials. We have Bigfoot, Chupacabra, the Dover Demon. What is the Dover Demon? Scroll past what? Scroll past Switch. Okay, there's like, okay, if we count Canada as part of America, like for American legends or whatever, then we have the Ogopogo, the thing at the top. Do you mean the Barghest? Is that what you mean? Barghests are actually also like a D&D creature, which are based on, I'm sure, the legend. as we do. Oh, this. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. I'll pay for it later. I'll pay for it later. Why? Okay. And like Chupacabra is also like not United States American. It's Central and South American. Folk monster. And the Honey Island swamp monster. Cajun Sasquatch. There's a lizard man. A big earthworm. Skunk ape. We have a lot of similar things in that regard. Fouquet. And the Dover demon, which I already popped up. Maybe it's more so they're trying to, I guess, limit the amount of, like, totally not Bigfoots in here. Okay, let's grab up this too. But, like, there was the Dover demon. So what up? The Dover demon. It's like the Frogman-ish, crossed with more humanoid features. The Yeti with extra steps. So... So it's just one person having... Okay, like a group of teenagers having seen it. I can honestly, like... I could honestly see it being, as they said, a newborn creature, like a newborn animal. Maybe it still had, like... just like with the glowing eyes thing, especially with that kind of shape of a head, if it had the afterbirth still, like, it had the afterbirth on its head or something like that, I think, like, if you flash a light on it, that would make the eyes look really fucking creepy. And also, like, the entire head would just look really wrong, because the afterbirth looks really gross. And when you shine the light, it would make the eyes reflect back through the kind of, like, translucent membrane. It would be something else. I don't know if it's a good idea for me to show what an afterbirth looks like. Okay, how do you pronounce that? Oh, hey, neat. It hovers. You can't see the hover. That might be to us. Like, it's kind of like, is it really? It's not really an organ, is it? I guess it is sort of like an organ. It's hovered to us. That's a good question. I think that Callie had that same question too, because she was, I guess, showing like a kitten live birth or something, maybe, or two. I think they would also have a similar thing with the afterbirths showing up. I almost stepped in one once. Did not realize that some animals in a farm had been pregnant. Sometimes it can be a little hard to tell. And just kind of a surprise, there's one extra critter in the yard. There's not a whole lot to count. And also there weren't supposed to be any like babies. And then almost stepping in the afterbirth afterwards in the dark because the lighting wasn't great. Oh, I want to say, if the guy is like to faint, I wouldn't blame them. I think I've seen like one video of it, and like childbirth is fucked up. And I've heard stories from other people too. A teacher talking about how his wife had to go for a C-section, and he watched. He didn't quite understand what was going to be, like, he kind of understood, but at the same time, he wasn't exactly prepared for them to literally pull the uterus out of his wife and cut it open. So, like, her uterus is sitting on her stomach, and she's still kind of sort of awake for this, but she's, like, just drugged up to shit for it. And so, like, he's telling her, like, your uterus is on your thighs. And she's just kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then, you know, they cut it open. They take out the kid. Well, kids in his case. That was the reason why it was a C-section. There were 2 of them. And then they stitch it back up, and then they toss it back in. Like, it's still attached to her when they had it on her thighs, but still. And this is not something I've seen, just something I've heard. And just like, ugh, the words are awful. And childbirth is, they say it's beautiful. It's amazing. It's, it sounds horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. That's on top of everything that leads up to it. No, that's not how it works. Did you also know, I guess, like, if your first kid is a C-section, it basically, every kid thereafter is more likely to be a C-section, and you really aren't supposed to have a whole lot of those either. So I think by, like, the second one, if the second one is a C-section, doctors usually suggest, like, you're fucking done with kids. No more. Your body's not up to it. Childbirth, pregnancy, scary things. Or at least that's what I was led to believe from a friend who now has 2 beautiful kids, but I think they're done at 2. And I can understand, like, I don't really think it's meant to be fucked with that often. Like, it's not a rubber band. It's not a rubber band. Childbirth in a breezy. I want to say, those are 2 separate things that you're talking about there, the pregnancy and the childbirth. Okay, the Boggy Creek Monster. Arkansas. 1971 and 1974, huh? So it really is just like a Bigfoot. I can see why they passed. Versus like the Mongolian death worm. That's pretty different. Then like the lizard man too. But I guess he hasn't captured hearts quite like Bigfoot or Mothman have. Winged. Okay, so we only have the Jersey Devil, Mothman, and Thunderbird. Okay. So yeah, like, why is Thunderbird considered a cryptid? Why is it considered a cryptid? It's kind of is there a talk page? There's a talk page. Let's take a look. They probably have like an argument over, yep, they do. They do. Wendigos aren't a type of animal, which is why they're not on here. And someone wanted to add the Dahu? What is a Dahu? What is a Dahu? Oh. That's cute. Huh. But I suppose it is a bit more like what was a jackalope considered? Okay, so it's just a mythical animal. Legendary creature. So when did jackalopes come about? Oh, I guess they've actually been around for a while. Like, not based in America, even. Mm. Mm. So just because they're giant birds. Mm. But yeah, there's nothing in here about like a banshee. And also like the what was it? Ozark something or other. So we have Bigfoot is complex here. Mothman is medium. Ozark howler. I'm gonna look up what an Ozark howler is, if that has anything to do with like anything else. Is it mentioned? Oh, huh. So it's a legendary creature, not strictly a cryptid. Like, what makes it different? I mean, I want to say the jackalope trick works. I thought that they were very cute when I was young. I thought they were very cute. Okay, so we have a section for mythological creatures. But they don't have creatures by type. I suppose it's more of like a recent thing. Oh god, this is a huge list. This is a huge, huge list. Like, why is the Ozark howler considered a legendary creature but not a cryptid? So 1915. 1914. Maybe it's just not... Oh, it's from 2010. I want to say, is it really considered an academic? I guess I want to say there are actually academics that focus on this, and like it can be a valid area of research. Thinking that wasn't there on Mythbusters at the very, very, very beginning, like the first season, maybe two, they had a folklorist essentially on staff. If you look at it from certain lenses, I feel like it's a perfectly valid field of study. It's just that once you get down into like the I'm gonna go trap Bigfoot thing, then maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. Like, it's not that there's anything wrong with going to like... Okay, I mean, like, if you're going to hunt Bigfoot, like to steal his feet, maybe don't do that. Let him keep his feet. But like, if you want to just take photos of Bigfoot, like hunting him that way, what is it? Leave only tracks. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Cryptids, mythological cryptids. What? Just you've seen the episode of Futurama, right? You've seen that episode? Like, he was just going to literally steal his feet and then release him back into the wild and he'd be fine. It's a Futurama quote. Like, okay, you capture Bigfoot. What are you gonna do? Like, if you have to take something from Bigfoot to, like, prove his existence, are you gonna take his hands? No, he's not big hands. He's Bigfoot. He's Bigfoot. Okay, so, let's try and Banshee of that. It's just in case, but I highly doubt it. Nope. And one more thing. I'm gonna try this in a different browser first. Where is it? Banshee of the Badlands. What? Legendsofamerica.com. What? So it's not on Wikipedia, but it is on the internet. It is on the internet. take his child? That requires you to find his child first, though. Genetically modify a Bigfoot. Like, you need 2 big feet then for that, unless they're like. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't know any. There's no mammals that can reproduce on their own, so maybe he's not a mammal though. You can make his child yourself. Congrats, Remove, on becoming the future parent of big feet everywhere. I salute you for your dedication to saving the Bigfoot. You would just take Bigfoot himself, though? That could work, yeah. That could work. No higher honor. Yes, but I know you're not. I know you're not. So it's just kind of a, Go find that female Bigfoot. Remove. Go find that female Bigfoot. Have fun. Are we entering an Omegaverse now? Okay. So it's just like an American West tale, I guess? So, like, does it count as a monster strange creature? Or is it something else? Like, is there a tag? I guess it's a campfire tale type thing? This feels very old. Oh! La Llorona. But I guess she's a specific person, but then again, the Jersey Devil is also supposed to be a specific creature. So, like, that could have also worked. That could have worked. And like Mothman, there's not like a race of Mothman as far as people are aware. There's just the one Mothman. Mammalian Bigfoot implies female Bigfoot and male pregnancy. Yeah. Maybe it could work. Maybe they're more closely related to humans than we thought. I'm gonna be right back. Papalion? What is a Papalion? Like, what is a Papalion? Papalion. Am I learning a new word, or did you just invent a new word? Yeah, you just made up a new word. Like, I know papillon. Ah, okay. It's a pun. I missed the pun. Just thinking like, just the alternate reading of that form. I'm a little slow today. I stayed up a bit late. Didn't get as much sleep as I wanted because of the latest patch for Final Fantasy XIV came out. And I wanted to get in on that while I could. And then I realized that I massively fucked up last night. I did something really stupid. I saw that, I'm capped on a currency. I should spend that limited currency right now. And I didn't realize that if I just literally kept it until after the new patch, I would have been able to, like, finish my first weapon. Instead, I have to, like, grind up enough of those currency again because I spent them willy-nilly on garbage, essentially. Because capped and wasn't thinking. Was not thinking. Okay. Right. There's also something that I wanted to try out. Maybe I can do it now before before we play this game. I wanted to try out a quick tabletop RPG. This is going to be pretty short. Like, it's actually only a 2-page game. Look, it's in a video game. It doesn't count. I am otherwise very financially responsible, to a detriment nearly. Except for the fact that I bought like $50,000 of cat feeders at once. That doesn't count. But the other stuff is fine. Perfectly financially capable. And I also want to say that's why I haven't bought some upgrades I've been planning to do, because financial responsibility. I want to do more soundproofing. It's kind of like, it's going to be like another $250-ish. And then I have to actually mount it. And I'm waiting for some things to happen before then. Some things outside of streaming. But, okay. Any reviews? I already own one of them. But because of the cats, wanting to introduce them, and one of them has like extreme food issues. And when I say issues, like he doesn't seem to have like food permanence or something like that, which is actually a big problem, because right now what he's doing is he's eating all his food, and then like he eats so quickly he vomits it back up. So he just ends up hungry again, and there's like no more food, just the vomit. Not that he's been eating the vomit back, but I already have one of them, so I bought 2 more, one for each cat, so they could each have their own protected food source. Because otherwise, one cat would just try and eat like all the other cats' food. He already did that with one of them, so like he ended up too heavy and she ended up too skinny, but her food was protected for the past few years, so it worked out well for that. He got food in a regular bowl, and she got food in her special protected bowl. And once we introduced new cat, who is also likely to get bullied out of her food, I didn't want that same thing to happen. And I didn't want it to happen in reverse either. I wanted him to feel safe with his food. Like, no one else can take it. It's a chip feeder. So there's only one of these on the market as far as I'm aware. It's a feeder that can read chips that are in cats. Like, they don't have to wear a collar. They can just detect via a bar at the top that, actually, I can bring it up. I can bring up an image. Since I have it up. Microchip. Chip. Cat feeder. So it looks like this. Like, it's really kind of the only one of its kind right here. So cat steps in because they have to tackle it from this angle. Yeah, here's a photo of a bunch of them. Cat steps in. It reads the chip that's usually over here. It'll open. Cat gets to eat. It's hard for other cats to get into it. It's not impossible, like, for them to eat it from the side, but it's a lot harder. And their food is protected, except, again, like, one cat has used it for years. She's fine. Boy cat it's like he thinks the food bowl is going to eat his food if he leaves it, so he doesn't leave it. He doesn't seem to realize that, like, it's protected. How much was my model for the cat food thing? For the cat food thing, it was like $200 for one. Because, like, the $64 one, that's not a chip reader. And also, at the time when I ordered, they weren't necessarily in stock. Half $1,000. Yeah, and I ordered 2 at once. So Just sort of like, yes, about not quite $500, but like, yep, $500 on 2 cat feeders. Wise investments. They've made some improvements. They're a lot quieter than they used to be. My older model is a little noisy, but I'm okay with that. I wouldn't want to upgrade because it's actually really nice being able to hear when she's eating. Like, it's a good sign. The problem also is that, like, the new bowls seem a little bit more finicky. Boy Cat is an extremely messy eater, so he has been actually getting kibble stuck underneath this bowl. And like the Princess and the Pea, it upsets like the entire balance, so this thing might not even close. It might get the bowl like half caught like in the mechanism. So it's really awkward. Yeah, I have metal bowls. I have a ton of metal bowls, but again, the problem is that if I introduce the third cat who has also food issues together, like, I'm afraid that Boy Cat is just going to eat everyone's food. So, have to protect. 20 large for 3. Again, I've got like 6 metal bowls for the cats. I was hoping that this would make it... I want to say... We're still getting used to each other, like this other cat. Yeah, he's a fat bastard. He's really cute, but like... There's also the fact that in some circumstances, like if I have someone else take care of the cats, this has happened. This was back when the Boy Cat when the only one that had a fancy feeder was the one girl cat. Boy Cat is absolutely afraid of strangers. Terrified. So what the guest did was simply exist in the house quietly with me, like chatting, like getting used to the cats, except only one cat because she was the only one who was out. And what did girl cat do? She saw a food bowl, an unprotected food bowl. So she started eating his food on him. So he didn't actually have a dinner to come down to. All because there was a quiet guest in the house who wasn't someone that he was familiar with. So I'm also hoping that for like situations like that, if I have guests in the house, that no one else is going to steal his food. Instead of having to like hover over and make sure like, oh, cat's eating from the wrong bowl, gotta shove her away. You can't watch the cats all the time. You simply can't. I have had one male cat who was kind of skinny, but he was also very old. It just seems to be what happens. It's the same thing with girl cat. Girl cat used to be chunkier, but in her old age, she's thinned out. Although I'm sure that her issues don't help. But there's also the case of like just how much does she want to eat, and it doesn't seem to be a great amount. Okay, let's see. What is this? I guess that's one way of doing it as well. Although, just that I don't remember existing back when I was looking around. But I don't know if that would be necessarily a good idea either, simply because then they'd be like actually trapped in the box. Financial decisions, irresponsible financial decisions. Buying half a grand of cat feeders. That's my irresponsible decision. Instead of buying, say, more acoustic panels or buying a 3DO, I bought cat feeders. Actually, before we do that, since I haven't started yet, I have a quick game that I want to try out. Let's see. I have to do one thing first. So, months and months ago, I talked about how I wanted to run a game of Parsley. Parsley is an RPG where it's actually more of like a party RPG. You're meant to go round robin with commands. Directions for one character. Everyone who's playing, aside from the computer, the parser, the compiler, is playing a single character. And you take turns inputting commands to the character. So I figured I would try that out. And what I'm going to do is, to be able to tell the difference between commands and not commands, I was going to, I wonder if I could do this. Is there a way I can edit? Okay, that's not so bad. It's not what I was hoping for, but can you really not edit default rewards that much? Okay. Let's see. One more thing. Okay. I altered highlight my message so it only costs 10 points. Okay, let's change the text a little bit more. This should be good. Oh, it's hard to read though against the backgrounds. It's hard to read. Oh, this background's kind of awful in the game. Part of it is also here. Roll over. It's not the kind of commands you give to the parser. Let's see. Although it's a person. Let me also alter the. This is actually again like a really short game. It's only 2 pages, but I wanted to see how this would play out before I try and run something longer, because there are longer ones available. So it's an indie role-playing game system, Parsley, and it's basically a text adventure except in like tabletop form. And how it works, I'm going to be basically reading out the things that your character is experiencing. And you will be able to, at those sorts of breaks, after the room descriptions, so to speak, you will be able to input commands, something like go west, take key, climb tree, smell rose, wear a crown. Open door. And it will affect the game world. And there are points associated with this. But in this particular scenario that I'll be running, it's, again, 2 pages. It's not smell primrose. There's no primrose in the one that we'll be playing. So you can, basic commands may include directions, looking, directions, perception, or interaction. And there's also options usually for saving and loading or restarting or checking your score. But again, this is such a short game, this particular one. There's no save, there's no restart, there's no score. There's also an inventory. I haven't even described the game yet. I shouldn't have put the price down yet. Also, I guess I'm going to, like, real quickly, I'm going to change this again to... So I guess number 1 for this is going to be, like, actually have a screen for the rules. Okay. It would also help if I could spell parsley. I'm... Okay. The spice. Yeah, it's not spelled like the spice. It's spelled more like parsing code, which is what trips me up. That's what trips me up. I also found out that, like, this is actually... It's weird to say, like, it's a really small game, but, like... it's a fairly small game. Fairly small. Like, the RPG itself. Or rather, its impact. Its impact is pretty small. So the name of the game that we're going to be playing, and I'm actually... there's a cat fight. Hold on. I wish pet cats worked. I wish pet cats worked as a command. Let's see. Okay. Let us... Someone got into the bowl. No, they're just... They don't like a closed door. They don't like a closed door. Put cat in inventory. The game hasn't started. Flaming Goat is the name of the game. Flaming Goat. Oh, I linked them. Okay, that's bad. I linked them. Douse goat in water. No. No. Okay. This is a beginner scenario for Flaming Goat. The description is: a subway commuter's routine is interrupted by a weird event. Just another day in the big city. So, reporting. Who are you going to report it to? Parser does not understand. Okay. Subway platform. You exit the train and find yourself standing all alone on a subway platform. A vending machine is here. There's an up escalator here. Parser is ready for command. You exit the train and find yourself standing all alone on a subway platform. Okay. Acquire drinks from vending machine. The battered and abused machine appears to be without power. A can of soda drops out of the machine. Oh, I should make some way. Okay. There's no way right now for it to show up as a highlighted commands in chat. Just like another note. It would be more important to know that, like, yes, this is a command. Okay. Equip soda. I don't understand that prompt remove. I'm going to be a little bit of a tight-ass computer. Tight-ass parser. Just a little bit. A warm, unopened can of soda. It's dusted with an acceptable amount of rat and insect droppings. Some weapon in your hotbar. Oh, this is a 1980s game. I don't know if there's a hotbar. You can feel the can grow firmer under your under your hands pressure. The soda is already in inventory. So for the commands, go west. You hit the end of the subway platform. For move stair direction up, you walk up the broken escalator. Broken escalator. You are standing midway up a broken escalator. A flaming goat blocks your path. I want to say this. We're on page 2 of 2. You pop the top of the can. It lets out a pleasant hiss. Point the can of soda at the goat. You stick your hands out in the direction of the goat while holding the can. Oh, actually, yes, you did shake it. That's my fault. No. I didn't take notes because it's, again, a 2-page game. The top of the soda starts overflowing the sides of the top of the can. Oh, god damn, doesn't take notes. Yo, it's a 2-page game. Okay. Also, you can hear all my typing. Yeah, I need to take notes. But you open the soda and then you point at it. It's called a one-shot. There's another game in here. There's another 2 games I might run from here later, right before Halloween. And those are one-shots. Like, all of these are meant to be one-shots. The least prepared soda. I do normally take notes. I swear. I'm not normally this bad of a DM. So your hands is now sticky with sugary soda. And you have pointed the can of soda at the goat. Parser, thanks you for the head pat. Free trials for DMs feels like. Look, I've never charged for a game that I've run. Never ever. I want to say this is probably like the least prepared game I've ever run. too many commands at once. But if we take back downstairs first, you walk down. You return to the subway platform. There is no sticky goat on the subway platform. When I played this before once, the DM asked us at the very beginning, like how sticky, like how, I guess, strict we wanted her to be. It's a subway. Subway platform. You are standing all alone on the subway platform. A vending machine is here. There is an up escalator here. A can of soda drops out of the machine. I also don't know why they didn't actually prepare for someone to, like, shake the can. I guess that's not something people often choose to do. Which is why I was unprepared. You walk up the broken escalator. You are standing midway up a broken escalator. A flaming goat blocks your path. The goat bites the can and wanders off with it, chewing noisily. Yeah, if you want a strict parser, I could be a strict parser. I can keep that in mind for the next game I run. There is no goat on the broken escalator. There is no goat on the broken escalator. You feel disappointed in yourself. Continue upstairs. Top of broken escalator. You are standing at the top of a broken escalator. You may now resume your daily commute. What was up with that goat, eh? The end. That is the end of Flaming Goat. The score? You got 1,000 points because you made it to the top of the escalator. Congrats. Yeah, A. Like, A is actually written in here. This is a basic game of Hearthstone taken from the rulebook. So I'm planning on running for Halloween one of 2 different adventures. There is no true good ending. There's literally only 1,000 channel points. Is there a way to actually just, like, dump out channel points to people? As far as I know, there isn't. You can't just, like, reward people with channel points, except, like, I guess bets? Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's 2 different... Two different games I might run. And I will be much, much more prepared for those because those are multi-location, longer, much, much longer games as far as I can see. One of them has, God, let me count the locations. The one that I think I prefer more has 1, 2, 3, 4, like 21 different locations. And the other one seems to have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 22 different locations. So there'll be productions. There'll be productions. I'm gonna bring back up the price. Highlight a message is usually like 200, right? Or is it 100? We'll make it 100 for now. Gambling is only allowed on Twitch if Twitch does it. That's fair, I guess. It's their platform. They get to choose what they want to show. Okay, so the notes I have for this are, I want to make DM don't be dumb, DM take notes. I also want to add highlight my message styling in the chat box. Because you can see it in like the chat, but we can't see it in like the on-screen chat box. I don't know if that's possible. It must be somewhere. And with the amount of players, I think that having it just be a highlight my message option shouldn't be so bad. The other thing was actually implementing like a round robin entry system, but that might be too much for the amount of players that I would expect. So, and it's also meant to be something that people can like drop in and out of. Again, I played this at a convention where not everyone necessarily played till the end. If you got bored or you just wanted to leave, you could just go. You could go. And I don't know how long necessarily some of these will run. But thank you for participating in my test, in my real quick flaming goat test. I don't think any of the others are quite that small. Okay, maybe there was like one more that's also kind of small, but it's not to the theme. And it's almost 11 o'clock and I haven't actually started playing Horrified yet. Buffing soda cans? There's... Okay, I cannot actually say if there's going to be soda cans or not in the first proper game I'm going to run. I don't think that there is a... let me look. Okay. We actually cut out a little bit of Flaming Goat. A tiny bit. I mean, the goat was still on fire when we left it, when it wandered off. So if you had examined the goat, you would have found that it was angry and hungry. You could have poured the soda on the goat. You just kind of shook the can, opened it, and then pointed it at the goat. But the goat was at least not hungry by the end, so you fed a goat. Congrats. And I mean, like, to be honest, the can was the MVP there. Really, truly. So, like, if an underpowered can is the MVP here, what does that make you? The commuter. No way to equip the machine. We're not. You're not the. You're not the heroine from Reborn. Reborn as a vending machine. Now I wander the dungeon. You're not her. I want to say, can your average commuter pick up a vending machine? I don't think so. And like, also, do you want to like bear hug a Subway vending machine? You examined it. It was battered and abused. It was kind of gross. I kind of just assumed that it was New York City. A lake came built, bring it to a nearby trader. Look, there's nothing in the Subway. This isn't Japan with like their beautiful underground systems. This is like grungy New York. Let me grab up the image for this. Oh, why is it doing this? Why is it doing this? Okay, let me bring up Flaming Goat. Okay. This is Flaming Goat. Look at that. That ain't Japan. This isn't like, okay, I've never been on the San Francisco subway system, but I kind of don't think that it looks quite this grungy. Recruited the goat. I don't know if the goat would have wanted to listen. It was pretty angry. It was pretty angry. It wasn't even walking towards you. It was just kind of hanging out in the middle of the broken escalator. It was just hanging out there. Just looking angry. This feels like whoever wrote this. I mean, we know who wrote this. Surreal. Yep. Just a quick maybe some mushrooms right before this. Maybe a little bit of mushrooms before writing this particular game. If it's on a full or new moon, it should be okay. Oh, for Shin Megami Tensei? I've never actually played Shin Megami Tensei. Are there flaming goats in there too? Are there? Again, you'd have to actually get the vending machine past the goat, though. Which is the problem, because the goat was blocking the escalator. Flaming rats and skulls? You don't need to be inebriated to write a story like this? I suppose that's true. It's just... There is... Grant Howitt, and he puts out like a one-page RPG essentially, or like one-sheet RPG every month as part of his Patreon. And he also writes weird little games. They have their own rule sets, but again, it's one page. It's not a huge amount. It's a lot of exposition and just like a few mechanics. So we had one all about mascots, like being a knockoff mascot and wanting to kill the official mascot so you could take his place, like that. I think there was also like a himbo game too. Am I a better writer when I'm drunk? I haven't actually. I don't think I've written a whole lot when I'm drunk. I work a lot better when I have someone to bounce ideas off of. I think that is what really makes it better. And if that so happens to be in a drinking setting, great. If it's not in a drinking setting, that's fine too. That's fine too. I will say though, like, high, I don't understand how people can function if they're high. I've only been high, I guess, like 3 times ever. And the second time I took, no, maybe 4. And third time, I took like double dose previously, and I tried to play Final Fantasy XIV. I tried to do an expert dungeon, and my brain just kind of fell out. I could not. We had to go through that final boss like 3 or 4 times. It was just kind of I can't keep up. Yeah, it was not good. It was not good. So it's kind of like, yeah, if I do that, I'm not doing anything that helps anyone else. The only one who should suffer is me. The only one who should suffer is me. I'll just keep to, I don't know, Island Sanctuary or something if I'm doing that again. It wasn't actually my intention to do it, but I want to say it kicked in a lot harder than I thought it would. And it's kind of okay, yeah, I'm not doing anything that strong. I'll just keep it to like the half dose. I'll keep it to the half dose. A hard seltzer and take a nap. I want to say like, yeah, sleeping off drunkenness. I want to say like one hard seltzer and you're massively hungover. That's kind of weak. And also you're pretty young. It shouldn't be that bad yet. Unless when you say hard seltzer, you mean like it's an American size thing. It's a tall boy or something like that. But I guess maybe if you're not used to it, maybe I have too much of a tolerance. It usually takes like 2 pints to get me miserable in the morning or evening as you make whichever way it goes. And also I suppose I have like the rest of the day usually to let it go. What? 2 pints and you're done? 2 pints? I could see that. Sometimes I make a mistake and it's maybe not mistake, but just like the pints are like 6%ish, 5%, but sometimes going for like a mead, but then not drinking a pint of mead, then it's a smaller container. But so like kind of averaging out to be about the same, like less fluid, more alcohol. But yeah, it does get more difficult, the hangover afterwards as you get older. 15% sake? 15%. Like that's, again, like it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but thinking about it in like terms of wine, like I guess it has less sugar though. Although that doesn't always really matter. Like downing it like water? That, how do you feel in the morning after that, really? Truly. But that changes depending on what country you're in, doesn't it? A large McDonald's drink. I don't, like, American sizes again. American sizes are huge for those. I remember there was a whole joke about the Mega Gulp or something came out for 7-Eleven. It was like 64 ounces. And then you look at like the drink sizes available now, and are they that far off? Are they that far off? Okay. Wow. We're gonna do a pop out again. Oh, I have the flaming goat still up. Medium. Fair. But yeah, a lot of like the hangover stuff and how much you can drink is also just how often do you drink and how much. And it's really situational. Okay, so controller's on the side. So Ozark Howler is another medium. What else was here? There was the Mothman, who's medium. We'll probably play something with a low complexity, but I just wanted to flip through a little quickly at the different monsters available. Bigfoot inspires terror. Does Bigfoot really inspire terror in people? A harbinger of doom. Yep. Ozark Howler. And the Jersey Devil. 13th child of a witch. Disguised as an ordinary human? Like, did I have that ability? I think that's new. And credits. Okay. I think we get to pick at least one, if not two. If we pick only one, I guess I'll go with the Chupacabra. If we have to pick two, then I'll be Chupacabra and the Banshee. Okay. Setup is already kind of done. Thankfully, that's like the one really, really, really nice thing about like tabletop sim, like having it be automated like this, not having to deal with setup. Oh, actually, I didn't realize it's got... Look, they even have more monsters in the backgrounds here. And other things. Like, they have the Centralia Coal Fire. Champ. I'm gonna move this. Eternal Flame Falls. Is that really it? Eternal Flame Falls. I don't know what that is. Bonaventure Cemetery. Kind of like... I can't get a good look at this. Anastasia Island Lighthouse. I'm just gonna... Gulf of Mexico. Thanks, Gulf of Mexico. Roanoke Colony. Is there... Giant Mothman face. Okay. Background too interesting. Oh, this is locked. We'll unlock real quick so we can pick it up. Banshee of the Badlands, the Ozarkala Howler, Marfa Lights. Okay, we'll lock that back up. I know there's a shortcut for it too, but I don't remember. And then they cover up a whole bunch of stuff here with the memo. Oh, I missed what this was. The Estes Hotel. You know what? I'm just going to reset the game. Actually, you know what? Oh, but if I flip the table, I'm going to lose this too. Maybe if I... No, I guess I can't. Like, I can't take off the... I can't unlock the very bottom layer. I don't know what the Estes Hotel is about, though. Area 51. Lancaster Mystery House? And then Bigfoot. Is that really it? Okay. Okay. Options. Okay. I know that there's like an undo. Is it just literally... Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I'm doing literally everything. Okay. That should be fine. Unless it requires, like, perfectly positioned things to start. Which I kind of doubt. Okay. Citizen. Oh. Gonna move. Oh. Like, why did they have to do this? Oh, this isn't locked. Okay. Citizen, by now you are no doubt aware of the extraordinary circumstances facing the town of Cross Creek. I can confirm the rumors are true. The terrifying events taking place are the result of unrest among cryptids, a powerful and otherworldly group of creatures drawn to Cross Creek by an unknown force. The FBPI has never faced a greater challenge. Our resources are stretched to their max, and we need Cross Creek residents with the extraordinary abilities like yours to help us turn the tide and keep the good people of this town safe. You will be tested against some of the most ferocious and terrifying beings imaginable, but we are confident that together we will persevere. There's no time to waste. Meet us at the enclosed location to receive further instructions. You're not just a citizen anymore. You're an investigator. Federal Bureau of Paranormal Investigation. From Dana Cooper. from Dana Cooper. Huh. I want to say I've only read a little bit of X-Files, but that's what they're trying to kind of invoke, isn't it, there with the Dana Cooper? Feels like. Okay, so we have the board. Actually, I wonder, so like, this is the actual board, so the bit behind is something else entirely, like, it's just a mat. I wonder if that was some sort of, like, extra that was given out at one point. Okay, water, water, water. Okay. I also really like that, looking at it, highlight my message is not spamming up the activity feed, despite being the mechanic that I used. Like, that's really nice. Okay, we have the game board, investigator identification tiles, monster maps, investigator standees, citizen standees, item tokens, and monster figures. The monster figures looked really nice, but we don't have those. We have the, like, acrylic-y standees, which they're good. They look good. Like, you gotta work with what you have. If you don't have the files to make for these, it's fine to use the images, I think. They don't look bad. Just the amount of fur detail on these guys, though. And the colors. It actually reminds me a bit of Monster Slaughter. The brightness of it all. But then again, like, similar sort of feeling about them. So we have a Frenzy marker, Terror marker, item bag, and dice. What is the item bag? I guess that's something that we may not actually need. Oh, so they went with a little box. They probably look better as tokens. You mean like flat tokens instead? Or do you mean something else? I can understand why they pop them out to make them 3D. It might also depend on how much space they want to take up and how much emphasis they want to place on the character, like the character's presence there. So, item bag is a little box. Dice. Reference cards. Reference cards are monster setup. I don't know if I see reference cards unless it is simply... Oh, yeah. It just looks different than the image because, you know. How many reference cards? Just the one? Just the one reference card, I guess. I guess because you can pop out, though. Although this one you can't. Unless it's because I already have something popped out. Yeah. I guess they figure people... Well... maybe it's the kind of person who plays Tabletop Sim is used to this. Or they simply... Because Tabletop Sim is also like a VR game. Although, how many people actually play Tabletop Sim as VR? Thank you, Hard Chris, for the gifts. And thank you, Regettes. Oh, welcome to the garden. Okay. We have monster cards. There are 30 of them? 30. 30, 30, 30. Where are these monster cards? Monster setup. Randomizer. Oh, right here. Down here. Okay. Monster cards. Perk cards, which are the green ones. And 45 monster tokens, depending on the monsters, which are over here on the side. Monster setup. Unfold the game board. Familiarize yourself with the locations. Okay. Cross Creek. This is very prettily designed. Well, maybe not pretty. It feels very 50s, doesn't it? It feels very 50s. Like maybe older, 40s? The fact that you have a tavern. A tavern. The Bigfoot Motel. They're just asking for it here. This is where you go, or move. This is where you go. For your Bigfoot romancing. Bring them to the motel. Don't bother to bring them to the resort. The motel literally has their picture on it. It's made for that. The terror marker by inserting the marker into a clear space. So this. 0 location. Already done. Excellent. So that's the terror level track. Oh, and they have a little marker for solo play. So I wonder if it starts at 3 for solo play? A laboratory in the motel? I don't think so. I think you're on your own there. Gotta bring your own turkey baster or something, I guess. There's no laboratory at all in here. This isn't Stranger Things with a secret laboratory, unless it's a part of one of the monsters. Honestly, given how like Stranger Things is, it feels like they could have probably made another version of this. Because again, this is not the first version of Horrified. This is like a reinvention of the game. Same mechanics, I believe, like maybe some adjustments, and rethemed for American monsters. So like it feels like they could just do the same thing and slap a new IP on it. No problem. Yeah, those things aren't invented until 1980. Listen to Stranger Things. Actually, I guess it would be earlier than that because they needed time to set up for that. So maybe more like 1965. Maybe after JFK. Can't let the Catholic president know what you're up to. You might tell the Pope. Then it'll all be over. 13 citizen markers into the clear. Stuff next to the bar, next to the 3 dice. These look nice. They also have, I want to say, I really like the shape of this because it's a very, there's a 1920s style to it. I forgot the name of it exactly. Hold on. Like if you've ever seen Poirot, the British TV series, that is also decked out in this style. Usually it's more of like an architecture thing, but you'll see like this kind of shape to it as well. Okay. So we have citizens, monster cards. Actually, these aren't citizens, are they? No, these are citizens because we, over here, because I guess we have a lot fewer characters to pick from. Stretch. Okay. I feel like my voice is starting to crack. I'm not certain why. I haven't been putting it through a whole lot recently. Okay, let's see. Monster difficulty. So we're going to be picking the easier monsters for learning purposes. Monster mat. So it's going to be... Is there a section for solo play here? See page 10 for details on solo play. Okay. First game should be any 2 monsters. They recommend Banshee and Chupacabra, which is what the plan was. So page 10 for solo. Solo play. With only one investigator trying to save the town, the citizens are doubtful of your ability to do the job. Begin the game with a terror marker set to terror level 3. All rules remain the same, with the following exceptions. You may not play as the psychic. That investigator's special action cannot be used in a solo game. Remove the perk cards Swap and Signal Flare from the deck before starting. Okay, so we start at 3. I mean, they're not wrong. How often does like the solo person who is trying to save the town actually really win? Just looking is not historically, but like at a lot of you need a partner in crime to join up with. Okay, so we need to take some perks out. So we just need to search. Oh, they're not names. They're not names. What is this? Okay, I'm going to close this real quick. This is really awful. Sonic safety supply drop. Okay. If we happen to run into those cards, we'll just remove them as we go. That's the easier option. That's what I saw as the suggestion. So we don't get to play as the psychic. Where's the psychic? The scout. Okay. Here she is. Oh, she looks cool too. Place your investigator in any location. Okay, I can see why they remove her. Her power doesn't really work in a one-player game. I can understand why they covered them up. Like the faces. But it's still nice being able to like actually... The mountain man. The mountain man. Wait, just... That bear trap. Dang. And then we have the special agent. The agent. Yeah, the agent. He looks pretty cool. Then we have the cryptozoologist. The jock? That hair doesn't seem like it really belongs. I think that's a bit long for a jock of that time frame. The journalist. Her pants are a little high? His pants? I can't quite tell. Location. Okay. The scout. Actually, the scout's really cute. Okay, I'm gonna set up a timer for that. Okay. Timer. Timer set. Scout's really cute, but the... The critter is kind of scary. The wolf. So we're going to jump back to monster setup. So we're going to play with Chupacabra, Jersey Devil, Banshee. Row next to the board, from lowest to highest frenzy. What is the frenzy number? Okay. Shuffle everything to start the game. Like, when do I press the button? When do I press the button? I feel like... Actually... It's kind of like, can I just delete? I feel like that's actually going to ruin the scripting if I do that. I have found that, I mean, the scripting is great. It's just sometimes it's really not prepared for things. Normally, games are not necessarily like as easy to start as shuffling or like hitting a button oftentimes you have to like manually grab out stuff. But it's really nice when it is scripted. But also sometimes, as I said, like the script is a little broken, or it's unprepared for things being deleted if they're not being used. On the back of any unused monster map. Frenzy marker. Okay, with the lowest frenzy score. Where was the frenzy marker? Oh, it's this one, right. It's also really nice that things are usually labeled. Okay, player setup. Investigator ID tiles face down and give one at random to each player. Investigator standee at the starting location. Shuffle perk cards. 60 item tokens. And we only use 12. Okay. So, co-op. All win or lose together. If you defeat all the monsters you're playing against, you win. You defeat monsters by advancing and completing challenges. Each monster's challenge and subsequent defeat is unique. So, we have to survive the haunting music and the banshee screams. We have to save and protect goats and then hunt the chupacabra. So, I wasn't planning that, but excellent. Ties in with flaming goat. It ties in with flaming goat. Absolutely plans. 300 IQ move. So we lose immediately if any of the following occur. Terror. Each time an investigator or citizen is defeated, the terror level will increase. If the terror level reaches its maximum, indicated by the skull, the monsters have overrun the town and the players have lost. So, just more like, there's only one investigator, so it's game over if we lose anyway, right? Okay, and out of time. Each turn, players will draw a card from the monster deck. If a player is unable to draw a monster card, it has taken too long to defeat monsters, and the players have lost. So there's a timer. Excellent. Builds up my word ban win rate? Thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Very kind. I can see that absolutely backfiring on the day that I run a proper game of Parsley. Absolutely backfiring. Okay, let's see. After that, playing the game. Okay. Invest. Okay, we're just going to shuffle and start. Enjoy and be brave. Excellent. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to throw a bunch of this stuff off the table. It's the same as deleting, right? Boop. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, they're not actually fun. They're getting saved. Okay. Mothman. So Chupacabra and Banshee is what we have left. Excellent. My win rate has increased. Oh, I didn't want to grab like one. I wanted to grab like the entire bag. Boop. We don't need that. We don't need this. Out of sight, out of mind. Oh, do I really have to pick all those up one at a time? Like, I know there's also an option to like mass select. Okay. Balance patch. If they're in a stack. They weren't exactly in a stack. That was part of the problem. Because the other things were fine, but I don't think that these were. But it's too late now. They're gone. And I mean, they were close enough and there's nothing nearby. This is a fairly nice put together tabletop sim set, honestly. I've seen way worse. Things have spaces in between them that make it easy for that. Okay. So, place IDs here. Normally, I'd say we should randomize, but chat, what do you think I should play as? Should I play as... I can't play as the psychic. She's off balance. Off balance. She's not made for this. Otherwise, like, should be pretty cool. But, like, any suggestions for which one to play? Special action, none. The journalist doesn't get to do anything cool. Okay, we have the agent. Okay, the agent, the cryptozoologist, the jock, the journalist, the mountain man, and the scouts. And we only get to play as one as far as I'm aware. His special action is having an extra action. What do you mean, the journalist? Is that actually in here? Is that? Oh, okay. So he's just speedy. Okay. And then the mountain man has 3. So just like moving like a mountain, slow. But that's also, he gets a special action of being able to move to any space. We'll see how this actually pans out in terms of action economy. How does it go? Okay. Agent gets to add 1 to the strength of any item you use. Ability is always in effect and doesn't take an action. Place your investigator in any location with a monster. So she just... Tornado Watcher. Or Tornado Chaser, but for cryptids. Jock can swipe things from adjacent locations. The Scout. Move any investigator or citizen 1 location. So that's kind of like cut a little bit because we don't get to move investigators since we are going to be alone. But moving citizens could be good. And then the mountain man who can just get placed anywhere. And I wonder if there's actually... It doesn't seem like they have anything for like ease of investigator. The first 2 seem solid. The agent and the cryptozoologist. She starts at the resort too. I don't know how useful being able to like jump to a location with a monster will be if we're alone. So like maybe we'll just be the agent because I think like he seems like he's gonna be pretty competent all around. Like if we do have to get into a fight, having that extra strength would be really helpful. So let's try the agent. Okay, we'll take him. It helps sing the goats. Just thinking, like, I feel like the scout or the the mountain man is probably going to want to save the goat for his own dinner. The scout might just save it because animal, perhaps. We'll see. Okay, so we are the agents. So, let's see. First player, of course. Normally, when I had a larger group that was playing, we had... What was the name of the app? There's a specific app that we used for, like, going first. Because, you know, sometimes games have funny ways of determining it, like... who was the last person who paid for something with cash? Who was the last person who went to I was going to say a clown. Who went to a festival or something like that? But oftentimes it would just be determine a sensible way to determine who goes first. And it's kind of that's no fun. Ask me a stupid question. So there's a start player app that we'd often use. Like who has the smallest hands? Let's see. Most recently saw a horror movie. Yeah, that would not be me. I'm trying to think, like, when was the last horror movie that I saw? When was the last horror movie that I saw? And, like, specifying movie makes it a little harder. I feel like the last movie I may have seen that was a horror movie, so there's Troll 2, I think? Like, Trolls 2? That's a movie, right? The one where it's a kid who... It's a really, really, really bad movie. There's a kid who can, like, see his dead grandpa, and his family has been, like, brought, or, like, his family is going on a vacation to, like, the small town, and, like, the food is weird, and it turns out all the people in the town are, like, trolls or something, and they're trying to, like, prepare the family for eating, but it's really fucking awful. It's like I saw the MST3K version or something like that. So when I say Troll 2, maybe? What is it? It might be... Oh, yes. It is Troll 2. The plot concerns a family pursued by vegetarian goblins who seek to transform them into plants so that they can eat them. Yes. And let me pop that up too so you can see. Troll 2. 1 was not enough. It's not a good movie. If you're not watching the MST3K version, I don't know what you're doing. Like, this counts as a horror movie, right? It counts as a horror movie, right? It's the last one I remember watching. I did not watch it when it came out. I did not watch it when it came out. Much later. In case you're about to accuse me of being old again. Okay. Investigator phase. Take up to... Oh, wait, I have to place my... I didn't actually finish investigator setup, actually. Or monster setup. Fuck. How could you let me do this? So, frenzy order. They are in frenzy order. Actually, I'm going to move all this stuff down so it's a little easier. Okay. Frenzy order. Complete setup for the monsters. 11 through 15. Okay. 11. So we have these two. Farm overlay on the farm location. Farm overlay? On the farm location. This is the farm overlay, right? I hope it's the farm overlay. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Chupacabra goes on the farm. Excellent. Chupacabra moves like any other monster towards citizens and investigators. If there's more than one choice, Chupacabra will move toward an investigator with a brown item token in their possession. So maybe just kind of like, I'm going to be carrying items more often than not, I would hope, since I'm an investigator who gets like a strength bonus. So maybe he was a bad idea. Okay. We have to save 6 goats from the ravenous Chupacabra. If we have a brown goat item token, they may move to the farm and use an advanced action to place the goat token on an empty spot on the Chupacabra monster mat. An investigator may only place 1 goat per action. All I can think of is, like, how many goats can we carry? Just thinking, like, could the journalist just, like, spam carry goats and put a bunch down at once? Okay. Once the 6th goat has been placed on its monster mat, Chupacabra can be defeated. You must be at the same location as Chupacabra and spend yellow items with a total strength of... So our strength bonus is going to come in handy then. Power, Voracious Appetite. For each power symbol rolled during a Chupacabra attack, remove 1 brown item token from the game board. Not the monster mat. Okay. Active player determines. And Banshee. Banshee goes to the cemetery. which was right next to the farm. Excellent. We take a violin token in our color. So ours is red, right? Like our... Wait, no, he's like teal. Like this is his color, isn't it? Yeah, that's his color. Like the mount doesn't quite match. Actually, yeah. Okay. I guess it's just limitations of Roll20 for, I guess, the base color. Just like, is he this? Is he that? But this guy is this. Okay. It just kind of suck in some games when there's some color issues like that. But most of the time I only see it coming up with times like blues and greens or blues and purples can be hard to distinguish under improper lighting conditions, which is often where I play my games. It's not quite as much of a bother to me, but I know it bothers other people. So actually, it's quite nice when games have like white pieces and black pieces for players as well, because those ones are much harder usually to mistake. Let's see. First violin location on the monster mat. Wait, what? Okay, so I wasn't supposed to put it there. I should have read further. Okay. First violin location on the monster mat. It would be nice if that snapped, but I'll take it. The first violin location. So, just kind of a... Wait, so this counts? Just looking at the picture down here. Like, there's no violin here, but someone put their icon there. Or put their token there. To defeat the Banshee of the Badlands, the investigators must survive the sound of her skeletal companion's violin. When an investigator is at the same location as the Banshee, they may spend a brown item to roll 1 die, or a yellow item to roll 2 dice. For each hit/power icon shown, move any player's violin token back 2 spaces back towards the treble clef. Okay. Wait. Which is the safe zone. On a miss, there is no effect. If a investigator's violin token reaches the skeleton, they are defeated, following the rules on page 9. So we actually start here, but we have the option to theoretically move back because we don't start in the safe zone. That's what my interpretation is. Okay. An investigator cannot spend items to stop this defeat. The investigator resets their violin token to the first note on the Banshee's monster mat when they begin their next turn. Once every investigator's violin token is in the safety zone, they may try to defeat the Banshee. Defeat, ignore the scream. To defeat the Banshee, an investigator must be at the same location as the Banshee and spend 2 yellow items to ignore her wail. The item strengths do not matter. Power, the wail. For each power symbol rolled when the Banshee attacks, move all the violin tokens 1 space closer toward the skeleton. If an investigator's violin token is in the safe zone, move it to the first violin space. Okay, and just double checking like there's nothing else. I also want to say it's a really nice design that for the very first game that you play, that both the monsters that you're playing with are on the same page. And that they just fit on 1 page. I guess another option would be if they were, depending on how the book is laid out, making sure that they're on the same spread. Like that would have also been fine if they had to split it into 2 pages. But that wouldn't really matter for a digital tabletop game like this. Or digital representation, only the physical one. Man, designing for print. Okay. So we have the monsters set up, and we have an idea of how they play. Okay, monster set. Frenzy marker on the monster mat with the lowest frenzy order. So it's on the Banshee. Okay. Just take a picture of both pages. I mean, yeah, you're not entirely wrong. It would be a case of like, I wonder if they have an option for this to show a spread of pages, like multiple pages at once, or simply designing the booklet if you can have it show spreads as opposed to single pages. I've not delved that much into it. I've not done any scripting to see what those kinds of options are. Okay. So we picked our investigator. We have the reference card right here. We're just leaving the rest actually over here. I'm actually gonna like, let's just move them a little further over so I don't get them somehow confused with the citizens. We have the perk cards are shuffled. So we get to, let's shuffle again. Okay, that's shuffled. Just shake to shuffle. Okay, and flip. Hey, I still got it. I still remember what some of the commands are. Okay. Face up. Advantage. Safe zone. Move each monster up to 2 locations. So we can, like, back the monsters up a little bit? Is that it? I want to say that it feels kind of appropriate for the agent. Like, blockading them off. 60 item tokens and mix them up. Draw 12. Can I, like, shuffle this too? Oh, maybe I can't. Deal to all seated players. Draw. How many do I draw? 12? Actually... indicated on the item. So, like... oh, no. Okay. Just, like, I flipped it automatically thinking that, like, oh, it's only a one-sided token. Maybe it's supposed to be hidden because it didn't quite finish loading. And then, like, what the fuck language is this? I suppose that's an interesting choice. Okay, so we... oh, that's right. We can rotate, too. Okay, high school. High school. Helmet at the high school. Oh, I need to put my dude at the sheriff's station. Okay. Yeah. Is that the bait shop? Zoom in a little bit more. Why is there a goat at the stadium? Sheriff's station. Oh, a protective vest. So we have 2, 3. We have 4 items out. Diner. The wolf is at the cabin. Where's the cabin? Okay, way up here. Another helmet. Another stadium helmet. Okay. I wonder... I guess that's fine because having duplicates is fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 items out. It feels weird that we're putting out 12 and not like a certain amount per player. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 8. 9. 10. A general store? 11. 12. Poison. Okay, so I don't want to say it's not balanced exactly. I'm also going to do another quick count. Like, did I get the right amount? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I think that's it. 12 items. So we have the torch and the wolf at the cabin, the bear at the campground. Why is that an item? Why is the bear an item? Poison at the general store as well as a pocket knife. Compass at the diner. Like, why is the compass at the diner and not at, like, the abandoned mine or the trailhead? Like, why isn't it at the trailhead? Unless the mountain man left it there by accident. Or some tourists. We have 2 helmets at this. Oh, this is the heist. One. Okay, that's my bad. One goes to the high school and one goes to a stadium. I assume because they were the same item that they would go in the same location, but that is not so. So one at the high school and one at the stadium. Protective vest at the sheriff's station. And poison at the bait shop. So we have 2 poisons. General store and bait shop. Why are they selling poison at the bait shop? It feels like time to beat it with a bear. You know what? That might work, honestly. Like, with how the game is written, where it seems to be, like, general items and not specific items. Okay. Water. Hello, Darren. Thank you for the water in the stretch. Okay. Okay. There we go. Do I have up the name of this? Yes, I do. Extend thy limbs. It's mostly the back. It's mostly the back. Okay, it's just kind of... I did write what this game was, right? Yeah, Horrified American Monsters. Maybe I should put that in quotes, actually, since it's like a proper name. And this just came out last year, too. So this game has only been officially released for not quite a year. Although, for all I know, it could have been like a Kickstarter-y thing where, like, yeah, it's been out for longer than that. But it only officially hit shelves on, like, October 21st, 2021. Okay. We're done with setup. I'm taking a long time for setup, making sure I've got it right. Normally, this is a multi-person thing. Even though there's only one rule set, you have like one person reading and grokking the rules, and then you have someone else like actually putting the bits down and such. Okay. We read through that. We read through this. First player is me, of course. Investigator phase. So, take up to the number of actions indicated on your ID. In addition, any player may play any number of perk cards. I'm going to read through a little bit of that before I start playing, simply because, like, is perk cards so sort of use it and lose it sort of thing? Or not? Like, what's the meta for this exactly? This isn't supposed to be like a terribly, terribly complicated game, and I can kind of see why. But again, like, it's kind of... I'm not going to say it's spooky, because it's not. It's not like Monster Slaughter, where, like, again, I guess that's not really spooky, but, like, it's much more Halloween-y versus this, which is... leading up into that time frame, I guess, but... I guess, like, early autumn versus late autumn. This is September board. Early September, because you still have people going to the resort in the swimming hole. Right. And we also have the reference. So first investigators, then monsters. Does this flip? I don't know what I expected. I don't know what I expected. Okay. So, I don't think that there were any monster things that really changed what we can do as an investigator, as far as I recall. Investigator phase. On your turn, perform the investigator phase before the monster phase. Actions are listed. Okay. Number of actions indicated on your ID. Can choose to take fewer, or rather, may. May is a very important word. You may take the same action any number of times, and you may take your actions in any order. possible actions are move. So you can go to an adjacent. Oh, we haven't placed any citizens down. Were we supposed to place citizens down? Let me check. I don't see citizens. Let me see. Like, where do citizens go? Do citizens get populated by something? Like, yeah, I see citizens set up, but it's not like, okay. I'm just hoping that maybe it will be explained later on. Like, is there a citizen? Okay, there's a citizen section in here. Okay, Whenever you move, any number of citizens on your location may move along with you. This includes anytime any card tells you to move to a new location. Excellent. If you are instructed to place an investigator or monster in a new location, they do not follow a path. Pick them up and place them in the new location immediately. Ask permission before moving a player's standee. It is a co-op. You cannot place or move an investigator that is not on the board. Monsters do not affect movement. You can move into or out of a location containing one or more monsters, and you may end your turn on the location with one or more monsters. However, this may make you more vulnerable to attacks during the monster phase. Okay. Excellent. I know it feels like in a lot of games it takes extra movement to go through monsters. And I'm not just saying that because of D&D. I think that in Betrayal as well, like, it takes more effort to move through monsters. Guide. Move one citizen from your investigator's location to an adjacent location, or move one citizen from an adjacent location to your investigator's location. Monsters have no effect on this movement. So shuffle them around a little bit without moving yourself. You're directing them verbally and not like physically moving with them. Special action. Some IDs have special actions. Okay, except ours is not something that takes an action, so it's fine. Pick up. Take any number of items from your investigator's location. Keep your items in front of you, next to your ID. They are not considered on the game board if they are picked up. Pick up items on your first turn. Pick up items. I can understand that. Share. All investigators on the same location as your investigator may freely exchange any number of items with each other. It does not require one-to-one trade. It does not need to involve your investigator. As long as all investigators giving or taking items this turn are at your investigator's location. Okay. So it's an action, but you can theoretically just give someone like 5 items if you happen to have them. And that's one action. Excellent. Advance. At a specific location, use one of your items to advance a monster's challenge. Each monster mat has instructions on how to advance the challenge. Defeat. You have to complete the challenge before you can take the action required for defeat. Okay. Citizens. During the monster phase, citizens may appear in town. You will be directed to place citizens at specific locations. There's no limit to the number of citizens that can be on the board at any time. Okay. Just like initially I thought that was going to lead to be like, you could theoretically have 13 of them waiting at like the sheriff's station or something like that. Maybe there is a limit to how many can be on a specific location, but on the mat total, on the board total, there's no limit. Okay. They're trying to reach a specific safe location as indicated on their standees. The move and guide actions may be used to usher citizens to their safe locations. As soon as a citizen reaches their safe location, they provide a reward for your assistance. The active player removes that citizen from the board and draws a perk card from the deck. Once a citizen is either defeated by a monster or reaches their safe location, place their standee back in the box. Melvin wants to go to the ranger station. Hold on. Let's take a look at these guys. So, Willie considers the tavern safe. Sydney, okay, Sydney, it makes sense. Willie kind of looks like I don't want to say a businessman. He reminds me again of like a newspaper reporter, but not exactly. Like, what is he going to do in the tavern, really? I can see why Sydney thinks the motel is safe-ish, except she's dressed like someone who belongs in a hotel, not a motel. That's a bit strange. A sheriff... The sheriff is going to the ranger station and not to the sheriff's station? What? That's weird. The ranger's going to the campgrounds. Like, she should be going to the ranger station for the safe spot. Just looking like, so they're trying to reach a safe location. Again, like, why is the campground safer than the ranger station for her? Nora's going to the farm. But she looks like a waitress? Mr. Cash is... Okay, like, Mr. Cash has a pretty good idea. Going to the hospital is not bad. Melvin is going to the ranger station. He doesn't belong there. Mari is going to the town center. Josie is going to the swimming hole. They must have deliberately chosen some of these to be opposite of what they look like in a way. Not opposite, but like kind of related, but not fully related. Like, why shouldn't she be going to the farm? She's a farmer. And the same with some of the other ones. Okay, like Jimmy going to the mansion. You know what? I'll take it. Gus going to the bait shop, but isn't there a gas station? Is there a service station? There is a service station, right? I swear there's a service station in here. Yeah, there's a gas station. So he's going to the bait shop and not the gas station. Maybe it's also a case of like, sure, this is what his job is. He works at the gas station, but like, that's not where his heart is. His heart's at the bait shop. Maybe that's it. Why am I defining everyone by their jobs? Okay. Is she an office lady? Okay, no, she's a doctor. I was going to say she's a doctor and then thought like, well, she's not wearing scrubs. And I couldn't tell if that was like a doctor coat or if it was a regular coat. She's going to the stadium. And the same thing here, Abe. Abe looks a little rough. Is that a can of gasoline and a flashlight? You know what? Again, I'll take it. He seems like someone probably to have good on your side during like a monster attack. A monster takeover of town. As soon as a citizen reaches their safe location, they provide a reward for your assistance. The active player removes that citizen from the board and draws a perk card from the deck. So we get more perks that way. Once a citizen is either defeated by a monster or reaches their safe location, place their standees back in the box. So we start with a perk. We can earn more perks. Perk cards may be played on any player's turn, but only during the hero phase. Hero phase? Is that different from the investigator phase? Okay. So we use them and then we lose them into a discard pile. Playing a perk card does not take an action. Items are important for advancing challenges, defeating monsters, and defending yourself. Each item has a color. So green, yellow, and brown. Okay. We already put them down in their locations. Do not return items to the item bags unless you are specifically instructed to do so, like advancing Mothman. Whenever you take an item Or whenever you use an item, whether to take an action or to defend against an attack, place it in a discard pile next to the board. And there's 60 items, I think there was. Okay, there were 60, now there's 48. Okay. Only one item of the indicated color may be played per action. Any number of items of the indicated color may be played as part of a single action. Okay. Maybe that will make a bit more sense. So, okay. Brown items are animals. That ties in with what we were looking at before. Okay, we have an example here. It's Mary's turn. She's playing as a scout. So, talking first before doing things. Scout's special action to move Willie the salesman to the intersection from his starting point at the motel. Okay. I'm not going to read that. Monster face. I feel like I probably should, but I'm not going to. Did it actually say in here real quick, like... Okay. Citizens appear during monster phase. I thought the bear was yellow. No, that's brown. Yellow is like much brighter. So like compare the wolf against the torch. And just thinking like, so we needed like 6 goats or something to be saved. It's just kind of a, how many fucking goats are in the, are there really 6 like goats in this token set? How many bears are in token sets? How many wolves? Monster phase. The current player now draws a card from the top of the monster deck and resolves the 3 parts of the card from top to bottom. Afterwards, discard pile face up. So, items. Okay, so discarded items can be put back eventually. So we get item placement potentially, events, and monster strikes. Monster strike instructions can be found using the symbols at the bottom of each monster card. So, Chupacabra moves 1 location and then attacks with 2 dice. Then the frenzied monster, even if that monster is the Chupacabra, moves 1 location and attacks with 2 dice. Wait, what? Just like looking at the symbols. Is that specifically a Chupacabra? Like, I don't know how to read these symbols down here. Like, C for Chupacabra, frenzy. What's with the X? What does that mean? What does this mean? Is it going to be better explained? Yeah, I guess it is. Ish. Okay. Monsters move and attack according to the monster icon shown, which are always resolved in order from left to right. You must move and attack with the first monster before proceeding to the next. If a monster icon refers to a monster that's not in your game, ignore that symbol. If the frenzy symbol is shown, the monster with the frenzy marker moves and attacks. This may result with the same monster moving and attacking twice in 1 turn. Let's see. Follow the steps below for each monster in the order in which they are listed on the card. So move the monster number of locations closest to closest character. Okay. If a monster moves to a location that contains a character, it stops moving. If a monster starts on a location with a character, that monster will not move during that turn. So once it finds someone, attack one character on the monster's location by rolling the number of attack dice indicated. If there is no character on the monster's location, it will not attack. Do not roll dice. I wonder if that's a mechanic specifically, like the rolling dice portion. If multiple characters are on a monster's location, okay. Investigator over citizen. The active player chooses the target of that attack before it is rolled if it has a choice of targets, but it's not going to be an issue for us because solo play. Okay, special rules. Path toward. If you are directed to move a monster, hero, or citizen towards someone or somewhere, you must move them along the shortest possible path. If there are multiple shortest paths, the current player decides which path they take. Once they reach whatever they are moving toward, they stop moving. Okay. No cheating by going long ways to avoid monsters, I suppose. Nearest character. Okay, we don't have to worry about that one. Other ties. If an event or monster strike could apply to multiple characters or locations, the current player decides which one to apply it to. Okay, and hey, sometimes there are special rules. Right. If it has been determined that a monster can attack, state the target out loud, and then the player whose turn it is. Okay. Attacking an investigator. So you can ignore successful hits from a monster if you discard an item for each hit symbol rolled. If the investigator does not have enough items or do not wish to discard any, they are defeated. Oof, one hit. So we need to collect we need to hoard a bunch of shit in order to save ourselves. When an investigator is defeated, remove that investigator from the board. Increase the terror level by moving the terror marker up by 1 space. At the start of that player's next turn, they place their investigator at the hospital and take their turn as normal with their full number of actions. A defeated investigator does not lose any of their perk cards or items. Just wait a second. So because we're a lone player, that was page 10? Just like, if everyone is defeated at once, let me check. Okay. Going back real quick, because I thought there was something about like being defeated being an end issue. Okay. So being defeated is not the end of the world, but it's still not good. It's still not good. Okay. So we don't have to play perfect. We can be theoretically defeated and still win. Since it's just a bit of a reset. Since you resolve each monster's move and attack before moving on to the next monster, an investigator can be targeted by multiple monsters during a turn only if any previous attacks that turn missed, or if they used an item to ignore a hit. If an investigator is defeated, they are removed from the board before the next monster is able to move or attack. That investigator cannot be attacked again this turn. Attacking a citizen. So, citizens are immediately defeated when hit by a monster. They are removed from the board, and we increase the terror level by moving the terror marker up by 1 space. We cannot discard items to save citizens. No superheroics in that sense here. Lovely. So they truly are NPCs compared to us. So we're starting the monster phase. Actually, was she playing the psychic in the previous one? Real quick. No, it was Mary. Okay. The hunger. 0 items will be placed and drawn. The event is specific to the Chupacabra, which is an active monster. She must read the event out loud. Okay. So, it's an event that happens for her. And then there's a monster strike. So you ignore monster strikes from monsters symbols that are not in the game. So comes up with a hit. So we save the item. She's defeated. Okay. I'm actually going to go back now and read the investigator example. But it feels a little weird because like they're talking about things that aren't set up. Like we don't have until, actually it's kind of interesting. Because on the very first turn, there are no citizens on the board because there hasn't been a monster phase yet. I can see why they're like, hey, yo, go pick up items. Go pick up items now. Because we're going to be spending a lot of actions later to move things around, move people around. Mary guides, follow the salesman to the scout's location. You pick up a flashlight and helmet. So... okay. That's no... doesn't seem like a big problem. Okay, so we have monster attack, monster phase example. We have game ends, and then we have the monsters. Monster information. We kind of read it before. Now we have a little bit more background on it. There's always one frenzied monster during the game. If you defeat the current frenzied monster, the next monster in the frenzy order will become frenzied. Okay, so currently the frenzied monster is the Banshee. So I suppose it's more of a case of the game gets a little bit more difficult as you go on. That's my interpretation. Okay. All information about monsters. One monster will always be frenzied. At the start of the game, place the frenzy marker on the monster map with the lowest frenzy order. When the frenzy symbol appears on a monster card, the frenzy monster moves and attacks. This may result in the same monster moving and attacking twice in one turn. Okay. Okay. Let me... Oof. Oof. Okay. Okay, frenzy, frenzy, frenzy. So the frenzy cycles back around. What, there's a word for that, isn't there? When it... Well, I mean, like, there's round robin, but I'm thinking of, like, a overflow type situation here for the frenzy, it feels like. Because there are times when you can move the frenzy up a notch, and if you're at the highest... If the monster with the highest frenzy number, frenzy order, is already frenzied, it just gets bumped back down to the lowest one to start over again. If no other monsters... Okay, so if we ignore the frenzy changing if there's only one monster. So... if... This probably doesn't matter, like the defeated by the investigator portion. Basically, ignore things for monsters that are no longer in the game. Because they're no longer in the game. Items go in discard pile. if they're on the monster mats. I guess like goats. That's about that. And then we have information on these guys. Is there anything beyond that? Okay, the last one, last page. Okay. So you have Chupacabra and Banshee. We haven't started the game proper and it's already midnight. Reading too many rules. I want to say usually the first time playing, get through like half a game before we have to call it. But we'll try and finish one game. We'll try and finish one game. Okay, we have monster setup. Okay. Doesn't seem like it's too bad. It doesn't seem like it's too bad. Let's see, let's see, let's see. There's nothing else we have to pay attention to, right? Brown goat item token. Okay. We'll just start. We'll just start. What can go wrong? What can go wrong? Things get eaten, that's what. Okay, quick reference. It feels weird to just have like the rules constantly popped up on the side, but that's what we're gonna try. That's what we're gonna try. So move, share, pick up. We're taking this vest. This is our vest now. That's our first action. I'm a little surprised they don't have like a little thing to keep track of actions. Like, But I guess it's not that big of a deal to be able to count back. So just actually flipping back to I'm gonna put this over here. Like there's more details on this, right? Okay. So she wails. Use a brown item to roll a die. So I guess the first thing I need to do for this, I need to collect a bunch of items. I need to collect a bunch of items so I can hurl them at her. Yeah. We have to hurl items at her to mess up her companion's violin playing. So we move back into the safe zone. And then let's see. So actually, that's a little bit annoying. So they talked about, I mentioned it, I brought it up earlier. So there was a mention of a hero phase, but they actually call it investigator phase. They mix it up a little bit. And they also talked about like challenge. They talked about challenge. Like you can't defeat the monster until you... where is it? Where was it? Special rules, path toward nearest character, other ties. Move, attack. So you advance the monster challenge. Okay. So they're kind of mixing the terminology a little bit there. So you have to advance the challenge. So we just have to throw some shit at the Banshee to get into the safe zone. And then we're able to defeat her. Excellent. Okay. And the goats. They move towards... Brown items are animals, so they're going to move towards us, and that's why. 6 goats. Save them. If we have the brown goat token, we can move to the farm and use advance to place it there. So we place goats on the Chupacabra's mat. Once we place... So we just have to bring goats to the farm. Literally, that's it. That's it. Well, I guess and collect yellow items to, like, fuck up the Chupacabra as well. Afterwards. Oh, you know what we're doing? Sorry, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I'm scrolling wrong way. We're luring out the we're making a pile of goats at the farm, like tying them up as like a tasty little treat. And then we shoot the shit out of the Chupacabra. That's all the goats are there for. They're only there as like prey. As a bait. Okay. Okay. So, and there's no limit to the amount of stuff that we can do. So we grabbed up the vest as one action. Next action will be, I believe, I'm going to move this up here because it doesn't really matter. Second action is going to be moving up here to pick up the helmet. And we have one more move left. I'm just thinking, like, moving onto the street doesn't count. The street does not count. So we're going to move here at the end. So, like, multiple items. I wonder how that works. Okay. Next is going to be... move each monster up to 2 locations. I wonder how that works exactly, like the safe zone here. Like, you move each monster up to 2 locations, like, away? It doesn't specify. Multiple items take 1 action? I think it might depend on the type of item. There was a thing in there about it. Unless it's a case of, like... any number of items, pick up. Take any number of items from the location. Okay. Like, for the monster phase, they actually don't describe the most important part of the monster phase, which is draw a fucking monster card. Okay, we have the grease monkey. I'm going to place this up here real quick on top. So we take 3 items. A goat at the diner. What the fuck? Okay. Tavern has a fishing pole. And last one is a goat at the swimming hole? I probably shouldn't have done that. Like, covered it up. Okay, so place them on the board. We have the event, and the event is the grease monkey. Okay, so yeah, they start at a location that's familiar to them, and then they just want to move to someplace more comfortable. So he goes to the gas station. And he wants to go to the bait shop. That poor man. And B is for Banshee? No, B is for Bigfoot. Okay, so it's BB. Okay, so just making sure. Like, the frenzied monster does this thing. Again, like, what does the X do? Like, they don't explain what the X symbol means. Okay. So, oh, you know what? It's a placeholder. It's an X placeholder in case there's 3. I can sort of understand why they did that, but at the same time, I wish they kind of just left it blank. Because right now, it just is slightly confusing. Slightly confusing. Unless it's also, you know what? This game would be great for expansions because there's very little in here that's attached to the monsters. So they probably made it with the idea that theoretically you could upgrade these cards by placing like a sticker there or something like that. That would be very... There's a word for games that are like, you're only supposed to play through them once because you're like writing all over the cards and tearing it up and placing stickers everywhere. But yeah, like being able to theoretically modify these cards with stickers later for an update would make sense. Okay, so you have to move the frenzied monster 1 space, and then it attacks with 2 dice, except there is nothing there for it to attack. So our Banshee moves here. Oh, okay. Just like, that's close. And that's that. That's our first turn done. Second turn. I don't, again, think that there's anything in here special I have to keep in mind for it. And that's okay. This is why we don't rule, I suppose. Even like, hey, she's attacking nothing. It doesn't matter. But then again, first rounds are usually pretty ineffective. Okay, now it's just a case of like, okay, I pick up both items. I pick up the helmet. I pick up the helmet and the goat. Helmet and the goat. Oh, that's right. These also have numbers on it. So I already have like 8 points worth of, well, 8 strength worth of items. And with my ability, I wonder, okay, so like add 1 to the strength of any item that you use. It doesn't stack, surely. So like in this case, it would be like 3 for the vest, 3 for the helmet, 3 for the helmet. Versus, is it 4 for the helmet, 4 for the high school, and 3 for the sheriff's station? Which way does it roll? Is there errata for this? How do I read this? I guess since they did not specify any one item you use, I would say it's 4, 4, 3. And I guess the code is also a 4. But in terms of like, let me check. In terms of like how I'm defeating the monsters. Wait. Only one item of the indicated color may be played per action. Any number of items of the indicated color may be played as part of a single action. Is the symbolism supposed to match things that happen in here? No, I guess not. That part's a little confusing to me. I don't quite get it. Okay. Let's see. So our first move was to pick up all the items on that location. 1. Bait shop. 2. 3. I'm going to call Gus over to me as my 4th action. Which is guide. So Gus has joined me at the intersection. Excellent. Okay. Next Next card. Dead End Ozark Howler. We don't have an Ozark Howler, but we do have 2 items to take out. Feels like this is going to end up with like a lot of items on the board. City Hall. Maybe I'm just lucky in grabbing things out. Canteen at the Diner. Replace any empty trail spot with a new face down tracker token. What's an empty trail spot? What is a trail spot? I guess that's specific to... I'm just going to check real quick. That seems like it's something specific to the Ozark Howler, which we don't play with. Yeah. Yeah, okay. He's got some trail things going on. We have tracker tokens. So the tracker tokens create the trail. And the Banshee's going to... The Banshee's going to do it twice because she's on here. Wait, JD. Okay, JD is not on our list. Banshee is also frenzied. So Banshee gets to move 1 and then attack. So she's going to move towards me. So, like, looking at it, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's the same either which direction, so I'm just going to move her this way. 1, nothing to attack. 1, nothing to attack. She is done. My turn again. So, we get to move. I'm going to actually... We can move with a citizen. God. This is actually kind of awful seeming because it's kind of a I have to get down there, and I feel like I should be moving to the right because that gives me more space versus here where I'm going. Actually, yeah, I can't move over here because I'm gonna have to go through the Banshee. 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Either which way, I'm actually going to end up only 1 spot away from her, which is not good. Unless I get lucky. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, wait. No, hold on. There was no penalty for moving through the monster, was there? Just like double checking on the rules because I'm avoiding her, but because we're sneaking by... during our own phase, and we can bypass her quite quickly. Monster setup, player setup. Let me just check. 6. Monsters do not affect movement. Okay, yeah, excellent. Nothing. So we... This feels like cheating. This feels like cheating. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We are here at the bait shop with this fucking Gus. Because moving with the person doesn't count as extra time. It's not like it's double. I'm not literally carrying them. And that was a free path. Like, there's a path from here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3. Our man is here. Excellent, great. How does it get resolved? Exactly. Like, at what point during the investigator phase does it happen? Okay, just double checking, like, guide, pick up, share, advance, defeat citizens. Okay. As soon as they reach it. Okay, excellent. So he gets moved off the board. We're just going to put him up here. And then we get a perk. And there's no maximum amount of perks. Oh, no. No. 1 card. That card is Supply Drop. Each player draws and places 1 item from the item bag. There's so many items already. Okay. And we still have one more action to take, so we're going to pick up the poison. But what I really need are goats. Okay, next is monster. I mean... So 0 items, that's okay. It's not quite the same card. Actually. Wait, hold on a second. Because we're playing solo, there's like 2 cards that we need to remove, and I don't remember what they are. Swap and Signal Flare. Okay. Swap and Signal Flare. The Chupacabra is just kind of fucking chilling on the farm. He's just chilling on the farm. He's just guarding. Okay. But yeah, they're the same except for the number of tokens. So, Banshee moves 1 and attacks. She was on the high school, so she moves here, attacks. Nothing. And she moves here. Oh. And she's going to attack again. This is our first interaction with the Banshee. Okay. Let's just go swap back real quick to this. So we roll 3 dice. Oh wait, nope, 2 dice because that's how many the card says. So we're gonna roll 2 dice. It's the first time doing a roll in this game. Once for each hit. Okay, so twice. Okay, can discard 2 items. Let's get rid of the vest. I don't want to get rid of the goat, so we'll get rid of the vest and a helmet. And where did the tokens go? They get just in the discard. Okay. We're gonna put... Oh, hey, neat. Trash can. Okay. And we don't have to deal with the power. Excellent. I don't think. Yeah, we don't have to deal with the power. We just simply have to deal with the attack. Okay, so that's why it's important, I guess, to pick up a lot of items. Like a shit ton of items. Okay. Back to us. And I guess it also is nice that like the monster doesn't affect our movement, just because it would make it really hard to escape when we're caught like this, and we're gonna get caught a lot. Okay. So I need 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. I feel like I should be dealing with the... Wait, actually, I'm right here with the Banshee first. I'm right here with the Banshee. I can spend a brown item. I can spend an animal to roll a die. Or a yellow item to roll 2 dice. Okay. This is dicey. This is dicey. Just checking. Okay, so I can do a single advance, and theoretically I could defeat her right now, but I would have to get really lucky. But I'm gonna try it. This is really early, so I'm gonna. Actually, no, I'm not gonna spend the goat. I should wait on more animals because I need the goats. I don't know how many goats there are. Okay, I'm gonna actually ignore her for now. This is probably a bad idea. 1, 2, 3. 3 movement. We're taking a goat. That's our last one. Okay, next monster card. Jersey Devil. 0 items. Always watching. It's a Jersey Devil thing, and it's the Chupacabra and the Bigfoot and the Frenzied Monster. And again, we don't have any other citizens on the board. Interesting. Okay, so Chupacabra is going to move 1 and attack. Move 1, nothing to attack. Banshee's going to move 1 and attack nothing. Okay. Excellent. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Blue items don't really count for anything here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can move all the way up here. And that is probably actually a good option because that gives me access to more animals. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's it. Next monster. Attack. This doesn't feel very shuffled. I'm gonna grab the deck and shuffle it. We'll see how that goes. So 2 items now. A horse at the mansion. Where's the mansion? Ah. Yeah. You just have to click and hold and then like shuffle it, like move it around quickly. If you just quickly grab from the deck, you grab just the top card. And there's also a command for like dealing and like if you want to grab a certain amount of cards. I believe if I were to like, it might also be a difference of if I hit 4 while I'm hovering over this, I think it would take 4 and put it in my hands. Let's try it real quick. Then I'll just put them back and then shuffle again. No? Is that not it? Okay, I guess I was wrong on that case. Or maybe it's a limitation of this particular thing because this is not really a game that you need hands for. Unless I guess you count perks. Or maybe it's a different commands. Let's see. Okay. I grabbed out the horse. I still need one more item. The pistol at the sheriff's station. Okay. 6. 6 is good. So Chupacabra and the Ozark thing. Okay, Chupacabra. Move 1, attack for 2. Just looking like 1, 2, 3. It's all the same. So he's going to move up here. And the Banshee is going to move up here. And nothing to attack yet. Okay, in my case, 4 actions. I just want to make it a little bit more clear to myself, like, yes, these things are connected. 1, if I just go in here and, like, grab... Is there any more goats? Is it just the 1 goat left, as far as I can see on the board? I've got 2 goats. 1. Okay, these aren't in a group. 2. Do I go up to the bear and then take the bear? I feel like I should. 3, 4. That's the end of that. Next is monster turn. The soda jerk. She was here, wasn't she? Was I wrong? Oh, it's Mari. Mari goes to the general store. Okay. I thought that she... I was distracted by the red. Also, if you have a click wheel center, rotate. You can rotate tokens and stuff. She goes to the general store. Actually, I didn't put down items for her yet. We'll do that. Hey, it's a goat. Where does the goat go? The goat goes to the high school. It feels like a bad prank. Is that the Studium? Looks like it. I'll double check in a second. And the resort. Yeah, resort. Stadium. And high school. She goes to the general store. Where's the general store? It's all the way over here. And she wants to go to the town center, which is... It's a great prank. Putting the goat in the high school. That is the thing, right? Like putting a goat or some other farm animal on the top of the roof. Okay. So the Banshee... Move 1, attack 1, and also the creature that is currently a fire, which again is her. Okay, move 1, attack 1. Move 1, attack 1. I mean, it's something that happens. It's something that happens. And there's supposed to be a whole thing about like not being able to move cows backward, right? Okay, our turn again. We picked up the bear, so we're just gonna try and actually, like looking at her stuff. A brown, okay, so if we spend a helmet, I suppose, to roll 2 die, move the violin back, and then try and defeat her. Because we haven't really been hit by her so badly yet. This honestly feels like way too simple. It feels like I'm messing up the rule somehow. Okay, so we moved 1. Second thing is going to be advancing. We're going to spend the helmet, buy helmet, to roll 2 dice. And rolling for tabletop sim is just like grabbing them, shaking them up, and then you just kind of release. There's probably like an easier way to do it that actually, is there? No, that's not my roll. My intent is to like, okay, I can also just do that and it rolls. Holy shit. That wasn't my intent. But yeah, like you can do that too. I'm more used to like grabbing and then shaking, even though I feel like I don't quite understand how, like, it has to be decent. It's not like when you're fucking up a roll in person, right? Because I tend to throw things off the table when I roll because I don't want it to look like, and I'm not trying to like roll and then like drop them and make it perfect. I want it to be like more random, I suppose. So that usually like means throwing them away. So like, by way, I mean like distance a bit. Not a huge distance, just like a little bit of distance. And tables aren't that big. Tables are not that big. Okay. Let's see. So that was 2 hits. And our violin's already at 1, so... we're in the safe zone. But once every investigator's violin token is in the safe zone. So that's the thing. That makes it really easy here because I only have 1 character. So we have to spend 2 yellow items. So we're going to spend the torch and the poison to banish her. And with that, is she done? Like just... when she's defeated, poisoning a ghost, you don't know what she... maybe she still needs the drink. Or maybe she misses the drink. If you've ever seen The Last Unicorn, there's a skeleton that likes to drink in there. Maybe it's a bit like that. I can see why they bumped the terror track up to 3 for a solo player. Okay. Just double checking here. Like, she's defeated now, right? Defeated by an investigator. So Banshee's gone. She is no longer frenzied. I believe. It just moves automatically. So now it's just the Chupacabra who's going to be on my ass. But it feels like I haven't been getting a whole lot of like Chupacabra things. Oh, okay, right. Discard. So that was one action to move, one action to do the advance, one action to do the defeat or the challenge. No, not challenge. Defeat. And after that, I can see why it would be more difficult with more people. Because then everyone has to confront the Chupacabra, not Chupacabra, Banshee at least once for it to happen, for that defeat to happen. Okay. And then the fourth move is going to be towards the intersection because that's it. That's all I got. Next monster card. The Salesman. Willie at the motel. Ah, so that's what he looks like. Motel, motel, motel. I know the motel's not there. Just like... we have the resort, sheriff station, high school, motel. All the way over here. Oh, hey, he's real close. Actually, I wonder if in the case of the soda jerk that I fuck up. Like... I was definitely, for the Banshee, it was definitely closer over here. But I think for the Chupacabra, Mari was probably closer. I'll try and keep that in mind next time. Instead of constantly moving them closer to me. Okay. So we have the Salesman, which is 2 items. Pistol at the motel. And knife at the gas station. Excellent. We have JD, the Frenzied Monster, move to attack 2. So in this case... Wait. She's gonna fucking eviscerate me. I am the closest thing here. Like, even if... Yeah, I was the closest. This Chupacabra is gonna fuck me up. Actually, I almost wonder if it... No, I guess it wouldn't be better if I were hospitalized, just because it's still a little bit distance to get to the farm from here. Okay. And he's gonna roll 2. Okay. I'm going to... So it's just more like... Looking... We haven't had to deal with this yet. So... The explosive symbol is a hit. And the exclamation is a power. So I can only discard items for the hits and not for the powers. That would be my interpretation here. Okay. Just looking further in here. So, like, what is the power again for the Chupacabra? What is the power? Power symbol. Remove a brown item token from the board. I get to decide which one gets removed. Okay, so I guess that would be the case of, like, yes, we should totally remove a horse and not a goat. Okay. Okay. So at least in this case, it doesn't super matter about removing the power. Or rather, dealing with that. So I can just, it's any kind of token, right? I can discard one item. I have so many. Okay, I'm going to discard the wolf. Thank you. You were going to be helpful theoretically. And then we have to remove a brown item token from the game board. So removing the horse. Goodbye, horse. Okay. And now we do that again because that was the first one for this. And there's still someone here to attack. And I don't think... Let me just double check about the movement. Like Monster Strike. Yeah, it's not going to move. It's just going to stay here and fucking wail on me. Excellent. Okay. Actually, I'm going to move this dice a little closer. Okay, excellent. We're going to get attacked. And 1 power. So I have to remove a brown thing from the board. There's no other... Like, maybe I missed something. Maybe there's something that's not a goat on the board. Please don't say... Please say that there's something that's not a goat. Let me know if you see something that isn't a goat, because I only see my goats. Tell me nay. Tell me nay. Okay. Fuck. I think it's really only the goats. Okay. Okay. Next is... When can I use perks exactly? Only during the hero phase. When you play a perk card. Does not take an action. I can safe zone then. I can safe zone the Chupacabra so it's at the campgrounds. I'm going to do that. It has to move up to 2 locations. So I'm going to move him up here. So we have a little bit of a head start. So this gets trashed over here. Next. I'm going to call Willie to me because otherwise it's going to take... Well, actually, there's a gun there. Oh, what kind of... Just looking. I need a weapon eventually. But I need goats more. So it's more like... I'm calling Willie to me as my first action. We're moving our agent. The second action is moving here. Third action is picking up a fucking goat. It's the last goat on the board, isn't it? And the fourth action is going to be... Wait. Willie needs to go to the tavern. Fourth action is over here. Hopefully that's enough of a head start away from the Chupacabra. Okay, next monster card is a Chupacabra card. 2 items. Okay. Please be a swimming hole. I was going to say please be like a horse or something dumb. It's a fucking goat. Sheriff station. Okay, there's a lot of goats here. There's a lot of goats. Like, is that just something that every family in the 60s had? Do they all have their own pet goat? Okay. We put the items down. Move Chupacabra to the nearest location with an animal. Remove that token. So it's just going to fucking, like... There's only... God damn it. There's only one location here with an animal. And that's the one we just put down. So he just kind of fucking noms and remove it. Just double checking, like when it says remove in this case. In this case. Like, is it removed from the game or just put in the discard? Because it says remove and not discard. I feel like I'm just going to put this to the side real quick. I'm going to double check, actually. They don't specify. Probably discard? Yeah. Probably not 100% though, so that's why I'm just going to move it over here. Like, if it matters in the end, I'll put it in the discard. But for now, out of sight, out of mind. Again, like, there's just 1 or 2 errors in here. Well, maybe not errors, but just... Like, they describe hero again here. But they say investigator elsewhere, so they're mixing it up. Okay. Oh, so we did the Chupacabra. Oh, you know what? There's no frenzied thing here, so... Only things... that do anything are actually not here. The Chupacabra does not move on this card. The Chupacabra does not move on this card. I just realized that it's actually really artful here. Why am I doing that when I can just do this? I did not quite register it as a goat eye until I realized that black horizon line, or it's not a horizon line, it's the goat eye pupil, but like it looks pretty neat. It's a really good backdrop for the Chupacabra. Really nice art. I really like the art. Okay. So that was that for that. Next we have my turn. I'm going to fucking goat. Give me back my goat. I'm going to spend my first action to direct Willie back to the tavern. Now that he is at the tavern, that was his safe spot, I believe. Let me check. Yep, tavern was his safe spot. So that means he is saved. He is off the board. And I get a perk. The perk is on the trail. The current player takes 2 additional actions. That's really cool. I shouldn't say cool. It's not like special, but holy fuck. It's great when you're able to just kind of bust out extra moves. So that was the first one, moving him. 1, 2, 3. And I believe I can only place 1 goat at a time. Let me check. Yep. We're placing a goat. Oh. It snaps. That's really nice. Actually, I should probably put this down like here. Okay. So we have placed 1 goat down. Now it is time for the monster. What is it? What is it? I should really be using alt more. It's another Chupacabra card. Oh, but the frenzied item does. No place is safe. Okay. Furthest location with a brown token. Remove that token. There is nothing with a brown token. There's no location, I should say, with a brown token. Wait. 2. We put down 2 tokens first. A deer. A deer at the swimming hole. And a shovel at the cemetery. So the furthest location, it's fine. Then we remove this token. Okay. It's furthest even though there's only 1. BB, OH, nope. Okay, so 2. 1, 2. Our turn again. Spend another action to drop a goat off. We are saving the goats. It's not like we can only do this once per turn. I mean, once per action, but we can repeat. So my second action is spending another goat. I am down on goats. And I am going to 3, 4. I'm probably going to get defeated, honestly. I spent way too many goats. Unless I spend a perk. Because then I could grab this and then move one farther and grab another item. I might do that, actually. Like, if I'm not going to do it now, when do I do it? I'm going to do that. I'm going to, on the trail, use that. At the end of my turn. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm halfway done right now with the Chupacabra. Granted, it's also a case of the only person I have to organize my thoughts with is myself. So... And also, this is something I haven't considered here. But... like, just double checking here. Just double checking. Like, the flow of the game is all the investigators take their turns. And they don't actually specify... Do they specify that, like... I don't think they do. I guess it's a more free-form investigator phase. Like, when you start your section of the investigator phase, you have to finish your stuff before the next person goes. But then... it might also be the case of, like, it's investigator, monster, a single investigator each time. So the monsters get a phase for every investigator that gets a phase. Which... action economy... there feels a bit different than here, honestly. And also, then again, these are the low complexity monsters that we're playing with here. It would probably be a bit different if we were playing against Bigfoot and, like, the Jersey Devil. This is a learning game. Okay. I was going to do 2 more actions. And the question was, like, do I pick up the item and then move? Or do I move, pick up item, and then move again? Like, I already... You know what? It doesn't hurt. I'm going to pick up the item. And then I'm going to move. That's my 2 extras. There's no limit on the number of perks I can use, right? Do they specify? There does not seem to be a limit on perks. Maybe they don't... maybe, again, this is something that's not super well thought out for a solo game. And maybe it just doesn't come up a whole lot where someone might want to use multiple perks. Or maybe there's an errata sheet that I do not have. That's cruel. Let's see. Let's see. Bellhop. Wait. 3 items. A flashlight at the tavern. The get the bait shop. And the... oh, it's rotated. Protective vest at the ranger station. Where's the... okay, this is the ranger station. Okay, the pig at the bait shop, though. I know it wasn't actually a pig in the scene in Jurassic Park. It was a goat, right? But that's all I can think of when I see that, like, pig in the bait shop. Okay, 3 items. Sydney goes to the resort. M for Mothman. And creature, the frenzied creature. 1, 2. Oh, Sydney. Sydney, you have super bad luck. Probably. Okay. So it's a question of, can the monster hit Sydney? Goodbye, Sydney. Sydney's in the Atlantic Ocean. What? Sorry, just like, what is this? Oh, Bigfoot tracks. I missed those. I also missed the elimination tokens. It's just drop them off the board. Okay. Sydney just had really bad luck popping out of the resort at that particular time. Okay. Next is... Oh, and when... terror marker goes up. Okay. That is probably the more worrisome thing. And there was nothing I could do against that. 0. She appeared and died on the same turn. Versus Mari here, who's been pretty lucky in the corner. Because for the Chupacabra, like, he'll just move towards whatever's closest. If there's a tie, then it's towards the brown token person. I want to say no more goats. No more goats? How many more items are in here? 29 more tokens. 29. My first thing should probably be escorting her to the town center. Town center is... Okay. Well, actually, first thing is actually picking up this knife. Knife? That's 1, 2, 3, 4 up here with Mari with poison and a pocket knife in the general store. Next is a monster card. Banshee of the Badlands. It's 2 items. A wolf at the cemetery. And binoculars at City Hall. Okay. On the Banshee monster map, move and violin furthest from the skeleton. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. So the Banshee, the Chupacabra, and the Mothman. Move 1, attack 2. Okay. Just like there's nothing at the intersection, right? No. Okay. Excellent. Quick. Next is... First, we're going to pick up the items. Items. God, we have so many fucking items. Unless I missed it, I don't think there was a rule about the number of items that you're allowed to have at once. Okay. Mari's coming with me. Second action. 2, 3. Like, do I stop and grab the items? Yeah, we're going to do that because otherwise I feel like... Otherwise we're in trouble. It's a good idea to have a lot of things on hand. I suppose an interesting thing is, like, there's no rule for the voracious appetite. Like, what happens if there is no brown item token on the game? Does it just simply not happen? It feels neutered. But then again, low complexity. Okay. That was all my moves. Bigfoot. 2 items. Please, goat. Campgrounds. And a horse at the resort. Okay, that horse ain't gonna live very long. Horrified, yeah. It's my first time playing. I'm playing solo, and I'm playing on low complexity. And it is... At first it seemed really easy. The Banshee wasn't a whole lot of trouble. The problem with the Chupacabra is, like, goats. I need goats. I still have 25 items, and some of the goats are already in the trash. So I guess I just have to, like, cycle back to get goats. So I'm wondering now if, because of that issue with the goats, if I'm just going to end up, like, hitting the end of the terror track. Actually, just double checking. Oh, shit. 18. Okay, we have 18 turns. The rules for the single player aren't that much different from the basic rules. The only difference is, and I haven't played the regular Horrified. This is my first time playing any Horrified game. The only difference is you start the terror track at 3 because you're an alone investigator. Even though I'm the fucking I'm the agent. Like, I'm a pretty cool guy. You can't play as the psychic. It doesn't really work. And you take out some perk cards, which I haven't run into those perk cards, so not a problem. Otherwise, all the same. But yeah, playing it on low complexity, solo. There have been a few times where it's like, the rule is not very clear. They use different terms. Like, sometimes they slip up from investigator to hero. I'm assuming it means the same thing in this case. And also when they say remove a token, it's kind of a, do you mean discard? Like, does it go into the trash, or is it completely removed from the game? Because that's a big difference. So right now I'm just setting those tokens that fall into that category, one of which is a goat, over here until I think it may matter. Like, basically, I actually, wait, hold on. If I go to the beginning, I might be able to find out. Because it would really suck, because I need 6 goats. Oh, they don't specify the breakdown of the item tokens. I was hoping that it'd be like, hey, you get, like, 6 goats and 4 pigs and 3 deer. And, like, if they only give you 6 goats, there's no way they should be expecting me to completely remove them from the game. That's like an instant loss scenario. So if you happen to know if, in this case, if remove is the same as discard, that would be very helpful. Like, I did read through the rules here, but, you know, yeah, instant loss. I don't think there's actually any instance of loss on this board that I can see. I mean, I guess you could arrange the cards in that scenario. I was doing Bigfoot, and I placed things. I don't remember. I don't remember if I placed my items. I'm going to assume that I did. I kind of, like, I don't want to place down more items if I don't think. I'd rather err on the side of, like, not having enough items on the board and, like, having fucked that up than giving myself an advantage. So we're going to say I put down items. There are only 2 items. We don't have to deal with Bigfoot. The Chupacabra 1-3. Control Z. That's fair. That does work here. It's a little funky. Holy fuck! Oh. Okay, I threw a bunch of stuff off the side of the board. It is scripted. It is scripted. I don't know what changed. I don't know what changed. Let's go with that. We're just gonna move the Chupacabra here. We're gonna move the Chupacabra here. Badlands. Oh, it reset the book. Okay. Nothing to attack. And she needs to get to the town center, which is literally where the Chupacabra is. So, what I can do, 1, 2, direct her. She's safe. She's my 3rd person I've saved. I get a perk. And the perk is an ATV. I get an ATV. Oh, and investigator. I thought it was all investigators. It's kind of a wow. That's one powerful ATV. That's not a single one. So that was, first one was moving here. Second one was moving her there. Third move, picking up the binoculars. Again, I have so many items, but I don't have the items that I need, which is the problem. Okay, I'm actually going to use the supply drop because I want to try and fish for lantern. Fuck it. The lantern goes at the police station? Like, was there a separate police station? Was there actually a separate police station compared to the or the sheriff's station? Because this is the motel. Like, is this another printing error? I feel like it is, because, again, I don't see a police station. And it feels like it would have the same feeling. So I'm going to assume police station is sheriff station. It reminds me of another game I played that had a... I don't want to say interesting error, but like impactful error. More impactful than this. At least this I can assume, like, yes, this is a sheriff station. The other one was the printed label and the color label on something were different. So it's kind of a which one is correct. That was for the one of the Cowboy Bebop games. First printing, I think. Shame. Shame. Okay. So first action was that. 2. I have one more move. And there's no one else on the board. And there's no... I'm going to move back as my last move. 17 more turns. Chupacabra. The hunger. No items. Hello, Mazaku. How are you doing? I am the evening primrose. I am a night blooming garden elf. I come out at night to play. And right now I am playing a tabletop game on Tabletop Simulator. Okay. You were playing Project Soundvoid. How did that go? But yeah, we're chilling and playing. I'm playing the solo form of. Let me grab the image up. And I'll actually close the thing. Horrified American Monsters, Home of the Grave. You got a car? Cool. I hope it was a good car. Save the sheeps. There's no. Oh, is sheeps part of like Project Soundvoid? Because as far as I know, we haven't run into any sheeps in this game yet. But yeah, Horrified is a actual board game that released last year before Halloween. This American Monsters edition. Yeah. And it's based on like the IP, I guess, is Horrified, like the original game. But, you know, versions. What is a sheep? A very, very fuzzy mammal that does not exist in this game. There are only goats, deer, bears, and pigs and wolves, as far as I can see here. Although, we still have 24 item tokens, so it's possible that there's more. But, yeah, that's all we've run into. We are playing an investigator. We are playing the agent. Is a strong man with a strong gaze. And by strong, I mean like literally everything that he uses is one strength stronger. That's a special ability. And we already defeated one monster in town. We defeated the Banshee. And we are looking to defeat the Chupacabra, who is chasing our ass down right now. He's like... He's the troublemaker here. He's a troublemaker because in order to defeat him, we need to find goats around town, tie them up outside, like in the farm, like as bait, and then shoot the shit out of the Chupacabra. So the problem number one is acquiring goats. Like, you'd think they wouldn't be hard to find. You'd think they'd already be at the farm, but I guess in like the entire hubbub over like monsters attacking in town, the goats got loose, and so they're spread out everywhere. They just start randomly popping up. So we gotta find goats. We have some weapons, but like nothing super good. Save the goats. I don't know if the goats are living through this, to be honest. They say nothing about the safety of... Okay, actually, they kind of do in the book. They do talk about like saving goats, but like, really, you're tying those fuckers up as bait. And the monsters will be moving and attacking. If they hit you, you're defeated and you get like knocked into the hospital for a little bit. But I haven't been defeated yet because I have way too many fucking items to get defeated. I have a fucking huge backpack or something because I'm carrying like knives, poison, more knives, binoculars, fishing poles. I've got a bear. I've got a bear. Also, I have an ATV. Yeah. And there's also citizens who are panicking around town and they want to go from wherever they start to their safe spot. So like before we saved these 3 people. We saved Gus, who started at the gas station, but all he really wanted to do was go to the bait shop. Like that's his safe spot. Willie started at like the motel, I think, and he wanted to go to the tavern. Yeah. Every time the monster hits you, you can either accept defeat, like lie down and roll over, or you can discard an item to brush off that monster attack. And I don't think there's like a minimum in terms of strength for that to happen. You just discard an item, any item. So I could discard like the bear, theoretically, to distract the Chupacabra from attacking me. And the Chupacabra, occasionally, they also have a special power where they will they make you discard a brown token, which is an animal token, from the board for each time you roll like the exclamation point on the die, which are like here. That's the exclamation point. So he's already eaten a deer and a goat on me. But yeah, there's a bunch of people who could theoretically appear on the board and could theoretically die on the board. And every time someone dies in town, the terror tracker goes up. Because we are solo play, our terror track started at 3, so it's harder. Normally, it starts at 0. Because who can believe one lone government agent can stop the Chupacabra and a Banshee in town? Really? And there's a bunch of other characters that you could play as that have different abilities too. So I could have been the journalist or the cryptozoologist or the jock or the scout or the mountain man. And they all have special actions aside from the poor journalist who has no special action, but he's fast as shit. Normally you're supposed to randomize, but I let chat choose between the agent, or the chat chose cryptozoologist or agent, so I picked the agent. I figured that like I don't want to go towards the monster to start with, not alone. Scout, yeah, I thought Scout's pretty cute. Scout's pretty cute. Although now that I'm looking at it, it's kind of like, She's very red-faced. You'll try this one day the solo play. I haven't my board game group hasn't been able to meet for the past couple of weeks, so I haven't been able to play anything for a while. And normally around this time of year, we grab out Monster Slaughter to play, which is a really cool board game that the box it comes in is actually part of the board. Like, you build a house with walls. It's a 3D sort of game. But that person is currently traveling, so can't play that one. I don't own that one. I've done solo play route, but that's using the official game, and that's really, it's really well made. The solo play route, I would suggest it. I've heard some other games have really bad solo play, like Mysterium. There's, I guess AI is not strong enough for Mysterium. And then there was one or two others that had, like, not great solo play. Like, the AI is kind of dumb. But this one, it's literally made for 1 to 5 players because you're playing co-op against the board. So figured, like, they can't be too bad. Yeah, Mysterium solo. Is there anything sadder? Is there anything sadder than solo Mysterium? I guess there probably is. Well, like, they advertise, like, hey, Mysterium can be we have a solo option in the video game version of it. Like, there's an official Mysterium Steam game, and that has an official solo option, and it's just not good, I guess. I've never actually played a digital version of Mysterium, only in person. Okay. I just drew the hunger. There were no things to drop. Move it to the closest player holding a... Okay. He just moves to me then. Excellent. He just kind of runs off real quick. So he doesn't actually attack, though. And he doesn't do anything with it. So the way that we read these cards is when it's a monster turn, we draw a monster card. The game is going to be over once we're out of this deck. It's a loss in that case. However many items that we draw out of, like, this little thing here and place on the board, then we read the events, in which case was Chupacabra literally runs right up to us and starts sniffing. Then we read the bottom, which is telling us which monsters are doing attacks and moves, in which case the only monster we're dealing with is the Chupacabra, so we're looking for, like, a C in here, which there's no C. And then, in this case, like, this is the Ozark Horror would move 3 spaces and then attack with 1 die, if it can. Mothman would move 3 spaces, attack with 1. And then the Jersey Devil would move 3 spaces and attack with 1. If it happens to find someone earlier than 3 spaces, it will just stop and attack. Or, like, stop on that spot and do the attack there. You have digital because it was free. That's nice. I think I have a paid version. I'll have to dig around. There's been a lot of Humble Bundles. Okay, that's it. Now he's right up against me. And thankfully, because this would be really shitty otherwise, it doesn't cost me anything extra to move away from him. So we're gonna... It feels really weird to just be, like, waiting it out. And we're going to move 1, 2, and pick up all items. 3, we have so many items. And then we're going to move down to the sheriff's station. Picking up items. You can pick up as many as you want, apparently, in 1 turn. Or 1 action, I should say. Up to 4 locations. Like that, I think I'm going to save the ATV for when I have the goats for, like, a last minute rush. No. Blah. Okay, we have should really be using the Alt key more. Alt key lets me zoom. Mr. Cash is at the mansion. Okay. But first, we gotta place items down. Come on, give me goats. Give me goats. That's not a goat. That is a walking... That's a fancy walking stick, and it goes at the motel. Motel, motel, motel. We just came from there. I have to put it down. A shovel at town center. And a pickaxe at the ranger station. Okay, excellent. And again, we get the Mr. Cash. He was starting at the mansion, right? Yeah, he starts at the mansion. Which I'm pretty certain is up there. Yeah. Okay. Mothman attacks. The frenzied creature attacks. So the frenzied creature in this case is the creature with this marker on it because we only have one monster in play. It's the Chupacabra. The Chupacabra is constantly frenzying. So he moves one and attacks twice. So just kind of a, what's closer? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I believe if there's a tie, he will go towards the person that has a brown critter. Yeah. Or a brown token, the animal token. So just making sure, like, there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he's going to move towards me. He only moves one, though. I have to wonder if there's a monster potentially planned that would take advantage of the waterway. Like, they can move that way, except I guess that wouldn't quite make sense because it doesn't necessarily flow into locations necessarily. Like, it only flows through the campground, and I guess you could argue the general store in the high school. Okay. Just kind of a search. Like, I kind of want to check and see how many goat tokens are there. Is this a fool's errand? Is there a way for me to shuffle the items in the trash and place them back into the bucket? Because that's what I really need. Because, like, looking at the discarded token, I only have 8 discarded tokens. I just have so many fucking non-goats. I hate the Chupacabra so much. Okay. Start of my turn. We're picking up more items. I really feel like they thought, like, yeah, solo play. We can definitely advertise this as 1 to 5 players. And, well... It's different. 1, 2. 3, 4. We're gonna move up towards Mr. Cash to save him. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're still closer. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. We're not winning this one, I don't think. Okay. 2 item tokens. Come on, goat. Hey, cemetery goat. Excellent. We need one more? One more. Town center pig. Okay. This is my last monster. My first monster was the Banshee, and the Banshee was actually really easy because I started with, you start on the first violin track, right? And she didn't get off any screams, or wails. So, and there's only one investigator, so all I had to do was get into her space, attack her, discard an item token to attack her, and hit her once. And then that very same turn, I was able to dispose of 2 yellow tokens to defeat her. So it was like, I think within 5 or 6 turns, it felt like I was able to get rid of her. Did I mess up? Did I mess up? It's entirely possible. Versus the Chupacabra here, where, like, collecting goats. Like, it seems like it's going to take a lot more time with multiple players. Yeah, first game, Banshee, yeah, they're both low complexity, and also I noted that it's really good for first-time players that both of these are on the same page already. It makes it really nice to reference versus the other ones where I'd have to be like flipping between like, okay, it's Mothman and Ozark Howler and flipping between those two. Yeah. It's not supposed to be a high complexity game, and it's not exactly. I could definitely see this playing this with, I mean, it is ages 10 and up. So I placed the 2 items. We don't have a Banshee, but we have a Chupacabra marker. So he moves 1 and attacks 2. We haven't actually had a whole lot of more people, but I guess they're just saving it for the end. The end of the board is going to be a mess. The end of the board is going to be a mess. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So he only moves 1, so he's just going to move to the gas station. Okay. Kind of a... there's only 1 more goat on the board. Only 1 more goat. 1, 2, 3. You know what? I can escort him fine. 1, 2. 3, 4. We're moving him back here with us. Okay, next monster card. Two more item tokens. Goat! Tone sensor goat. Excellent. We just need 1 more goat on the board and hope that there's so many other animals on the board. I don't think it's going to be an issue unless there's a card that specifically says drop the Chupacabra on a goat. Pocket knife at the gas station. I'm really glad that the monsters can't pick up items. Okay, so Mothman. We don't have that worry. So it's Banshee. No, Bigfoot, Banshee, Ozark, of which none of them are in play. Excellent. Our turn. First thing we're going to do is pick up more items. Pick up more items. So that was 1, 2. Where does he need to go? He needs to go to the hospital. Hospital is 3, 4. Excellent. Goodbye, Mr. Cash. What are you going to give us? Skip the next monster phase. Draw and place 2 items from the item bag. A free turn, essentially. You know what? We're going to try it. Because our turn... Like, we used up all our actions, but I don't think there's anything about... Because perks don't count as actions. They don't specify, like, what is the hero phase? It's just... They don't specify exactly what the hero phase is. So I just interpret that to be... It's during the investigator phase, which in that case, like, they don't specify that. Like, I don't think there's a reason that you would not be able to, at the end of your turn, use a perk versus having to use it, like, as the first thing or anything but the last. Yeah. Okay. So we're skipping the monster phase. 2 items from the item bag. Let's see. Pickaxe at campground. And a rifle at the bait shop. Okay. What next? Oh, right. Since we skipped the monster phase. My turn again. Sheriff's station. Way too many fucking items. This must be a lot different when you're playing on like a harder level than Chupacabra Banshee. Non-solo. Okay. Just like there's 2 goats and I need 1 more goat. 1, 2. God, if there's actually a fucking hand limit, that would almost be a relief. We're gonna end here. Okay, water. Okay. Water went down the wrong hole a little bit. Okay. So that's the end of our phase. Now we have 14 more turns to finish this. Farmer! Josie at the farm. Okay. Where does Josie want to go, though? I was commenting on this earlier. It seemed a little funny that, like, we have Josie, and why does she want to go to the swimming hole as her safe space? Shouldn't she want to go to the farm? But that's because she starts at the farm. And the same with a lot of the other ones. Like, the gas station attendant started there. Someone else started at the bellhop started at the resort. Things like that. And she wants to go to the swimming hole. The swimming hole is her safe spot. Let's see. Thankfully, right now, it's going to be a tie wherever she goes. Or rather, like, between me and her for the Chupacabra. So. Oh, I did it wrong order. I keep forgetting. Put items down. I'm just so distracted by the image. Okay. So we have the rifle at the mansion. I hope there's probably no, like, smoking pipe. Flashlight at the high school. And the goat's at the goddamn cabin. Oh my fucking god, that goat's gonna die. Maybe it's too late. Okay. Frenzy creature gets to move 1. Just thinking, like, do I use that ATV? Oh, first I'm going to use my first action to pick up all these tokens. This is so dumb. That's way too many tokens for one character to be able to carry. Like, there's nothing in here. There's literally nothing in the rules about it. Okay, right? Yeah, just double checking, like, pick up any number. Keep your items in front of you. Okay, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Actually, it would be better off for me to move them up to 4 locations first, because then I can use my other actions for actual actions that are not move actions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Using the ATV. 1. Well, that's okay. So I use 1 action to pick up things. I'm going to use the ATV perk to start moving 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. ATV'd the fuck away from it. My second action is going to be a move. Third action is picking up this goat. Fourth action is going back to the intersection. 1, 2, 2. So we're actually equidistant. So we'll see what happens with this next monster card. Oh, I didn't actually grab a card. 2 items. A goat at the general store. Just more of like, so there really are just a shit ton of goats in town. A knife at the tavern. Okay. Next is Mothman. Or Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. I absolutely know my cryptids. I can identify them on sight. Chupacabra moves 1 and attacks for 3 die. So again, like between the 2 of us, it's going to prefer me because I have a bear, a wolf, 3 goats, and a pig with me. All I need is what, like, actually, like if you count the goat as a horse, I guess I need a deer for that actually. Like the wolf is a dog. We need a cat. Just thinking for a Musicians of Bremen thing. Let's see. So yeah, it's gonna move towards me. Excellent. Next up is it moves 1, attacks for 3, but it can't attack me from here. All I have to do is drop off the shit at the farm and then deal with him to defeat him. Okay, 1, 2. Actually, it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm here with Josie. We will be safe. Absolutely safe. Nothing can harm us here. The groundskeeper, Abe at the cemetery. Oh, that's what he is. I was wondering what he was. He just seemed like... Like, I had trouble telling, like, what that red thing was supposed to be. It kind of looks like it's supposed to be a gas can, but I guess it's just a really high-powered flashlight. Because after a while, like, flashlights, if you want more power, they just have to be bigger. So yeah, he's just carrying like an industrial-sized backpack or flashlight because he works in a cemetery. I'd do that too if I worked in a cemetery. Even if I just lived next to a cemetery, I think I would own a huge flashlight like that just in case. Okay. Oh, but there are 3 items that go out first. Again, I'm distracted by that. Compass at City Hall. A goat at the ranger station. And a map at the gas station. Let's see. Banshee and move 1, attack 2. Just thinking. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We'll move him here. I think it's more threatening this way. Enjoying the real chill music as I'm getting cornered by Chupacabra with my army of equipment that I've been stealing from town. Okay, let's see. Using actions to drop goats off or tying up goats. 2, 3. So this is 3 actions I'm doing here at once because I'm lazy. 1 action, 2 action, 3 action. We have all the Chupacabras ready. Not Chupacabras, the goats. We have all the goats ready. And now, it also must be a lot harder thinking about this with more players because right now, it's a very simple game of dodge with the critters, with the monsters, because, again, there's only 1 of me on the board, and it's not a huge board. And there'd be more chances for them to run into other investigators if they actually fucking existed on the board. I'd be interested in trying to play this with an actual group of people. Like, the solo play isn't bad. It's a good introduction to the mechanics, so I would feel comfortable trying to teach it to others. Which is actually something that's, I don't want to say a problem, but it feels a lot of the time like breaking out the new board game and maybe not quite understanding the rules until we play through the first game. I suppose that's going to happen anyway. Like, you don't fully understand the rules until you play through it. But being able to play through it solo is not something most games even really allow for mechanically. Okay. So, okay, the important thing here is this symbol for the defeat. So we have save the goats. Save the goats. I've never actually played Pandemic. I feel like I have a few games that I don't want to say would be surprising that like I've never played, but like I don't think I've ever played Catan. As far as I know, I've never played Catan. Although I have challenged someone to play Catan with me because they haven't played it in like decades either. So it's kind of like, yes, let's find out between the two of us. The person who never plays board games but has, I guess, like natural thought power towards it, and like me who's never played Catan but plays a decent amount of board games, but just because I play them doesn't mean I'm good at them. Like, how would this face off? I don't know if Catan, for instance, is good as a 2-player game, so I think I want to involve more people. Yeah, the famous Catan. There's a few other games too, but I do have a board game library that I actually probably need to sort through a little bit, because there's definitely some games in there that I have that I'm probably never going to play. Because, you like board games and you like X. Maybe you'll here's a present of this game. It's kind of a thanks. I always wanted sushi roll. Thanks. I still have sushi roll, I think. Like, maybe it's not that bad of a game, but and then there are the games that I'm never going to tell anyone that I own. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but like, a Dobble? What is a Dobble? Although, I feel like I have gotten meeples as presents for people. It's fine to get someone a meeple, right? A meeple is, I should probably explain what a meeple is. Like a little token. It's a person token. Okay. I wanted to look at single color tokens, like this symbol. Use this to defeat it. So, in this case, I can use as many yellow as I want to hit 6. Or above 6. So I just have to go to the Chupacabra and shoot it in the face. Let's see. Can we... We can... There's 11 monster cards left. A little game with 8 cards that have 8 images, and between 2 cards there's always one image that match. Is that... let me see. I feel like I actually know a few other things that could be like that. Huh. Oh, it's a I hate to feel like it's a child-friendly game. Like, I do play some child-friendly games, but I don't usually interact with children, so I don't look into it. I don't usually look into it. I want to say, like, I guess just thinking about, like, the game that I have that's probably the most child-friendly is, I guess, like, is Family Flux child-friendly? I mean, I'm not against playing childish games necessarily. I just don't usually buy them. Although, I shouldn't say I don't buy them. I don't buy them for myself. I might buy them as gifts, but this actually could, thinking about it, I do have younger relatives. I'll have to keep this in mind. Yeah, I've played with my family, and they're not super used to board games necessarily, so it might take them a little bit, a while to get used to it. I was able to thankfully break out one. If you've ever heard of Pantone, the color system, There's I don't want to say it's a board game. It's a tabletop game. It's like a card game where you build characters out of color cards. And I was able to persuade my family to play that because it was relevant to at least one family member's interests. Yeah, I want to say it's really nice when you have a community that you can, it's not even like a big community, but like people you can rely on. So you don't need to buy a copy of every game that comes out. Someone else will have it. But then you end up with situations like right now where like, I really want to play X, but I don't own it. This only happens like once a year that I'd want to play that game. But then again, I look at my collection, it's kind of a, how often have I been able to break out Tanto Cuore? Really, truly, truly. Not very often. I should explain. Tanto Cuore is... Let me grab out an image of Tanto Cuore. I played it on the stream like a long, long time ago. Because there is a digital version too. But I can't... I shouldn't say I can't bring it to the pub. I don't think... Like, they're not going to kick me out. And it's not like... that exactly. I'm gonna pop up Canary. Can I like zoom in more on it? But yeah, some of the cards can be a bit much in Tanto, but basically it's just Dominion with cute anime characters on it instead. But some of them can get over the top. I don't think there's anything like, okay, they're not the worst here. There's some that are like way worse. Like looking at it, yeah. The worst Tanto Cuore card is not on here, and this is also a promo set too. But again, it's like Dominion, except I think it's a little better than Dominion, mostly because the symbology is better. The phrasing is a bit weird, but the symbology is better. Tragedy Looper, yeah, Tragedy Looper is fun too. I haven't been able to play that in a while though, because I want to say, okay, I'm gonna grab up Tragedy Looper. I actually have a bunch of the expansions too. It's kind of like, it's pretty much like Higurashi the game in a way, as a concept. You have, oh, can I just like pop open image, new window? Yeah, the problem is like, I'm not very good at playing Masterminds. And I've only ever really I played like once, I think, with other people, or rather with more than just two people playing, like Mastermind versus Heroes, so to speak. It has a Resident Evil edition. I guess thematically, yes. Like, it's a little strange. I don't know how it works. I guess unless you consider it like saves, like video game save states. Wait, American art style? No, you're kidding. Like Tragedy Looper. So like Resident Evil, like RE. You're saying it has that kind of thing. Unless you mean like something else. Like, what is re-edition? Unless you mean it's a re-release. Oh, you mean like this. Oh. What did they do to my poor baby? What did they do? Why does it have like that kind of... Why did they feel like they had to do that? Oh, why did they tear it off? Yeah, that's super generic. Give me back my like anime hero. Give me back my girl with her diary and guy with the phone, and I don't remember what the other guy had to watch. Yeah, they went with like generic action hero. But yeah, so the entire game is one mastermind who is working to move characters around on the board. The board being made up of 4 locations. And there's a script that goes along with it where the mastermind and you're kind of working off the script a little bit. And there are certain rules about where characters can or can't go. Not all characters are involved in all of the scripts. But you, as the person who is investigating, you are not on the board. Like, you're not represented by one of these characters. But you're meant to be investigating the goings on and preventing tragedies from happening. I want to say, it's not like it's always the doctor who did it. Maybe there is a tragedy and the shrine maiden dies in the hospital or something on a certain day. But you can prevent it by making sure that she doesn't end up in the hospital on that specific day. Something like that. Is there a card up here? It's a really interesting game. I shouldn't say it's fun. And I don't want to say it's like thought-provoking, but you definitely have to think about it because you're playing against another person. So I guess it really depends on how smart your mastermind is. There are a couple of games like that where a lot of the fun is I shouldn't say a lot of fun, but some of the fun is dependent on how good your opponent is. Like Fury of Dracula or Spectre Ops or things like that, or Aliens. Is it Aliens? God, Escape from something or other. This is also fun, I should say, Tragedy Looper, because you can be one mastermind versus one player, or one mastermind versus 2 or 3 players. And it actually could be considered like a little bit more difficult with more players because you're not supposed to talk about what's going on necessarily. You shouldn't be like theorizing during the turns. You should be doing it in between loops. So like you're keeping track of days, you're keeping track of incidences. And if you fuck up badly enough, it loops over. And you only have so many loops that you're able to go through before the game ends in failure. So you're only really supposed to talk about your theories on what's going wrong in between the loops. Because you're time travelers. And I guess you don't want to be overheard, like, talking shit in the middle of a loop and accidentally setting off something. High IQ game. Maybe? I don't necessarily want to label games like that. Though. Just thinking, like, there are some games that are not particularly high IQ, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. And then there are some that just require quick reflexes or steady hands, surprisingly enough, and nothing to do with brain. 0 brain involved. I remember there was one game that was actually on a balancing board, and part of it was trying to basically not get knocked off the board. I don't remember the name of that game. That was someone else's game, and I got to play it, I think, twice, maybe 3 times. Let's see. Okay, I was almost done. I need to. It's my turn. I dropped off 3 goats. Now we're going to move over here with Josie. We're taking Josie with us. Come on, Josie. Okay, next is Monster. The Banshee again. 0 tokens. Bullet. I've not heard of Bullet. I don't think. Is it like a Western theme one? Bullet Heart? Oh, okay. I still haven't heard of it though. But there's a lot of board games out there. A lot of board games. Okay. Banshee attack. Chupacabra attack. Okay. Chupacabra is going to attack for 2. Two hits. Oh no, I have to discard 2 items. Okay. What do I discard? The shovel? And pocket knife. Actually, I probably shouldn't be discarding yellow because I might need those. I'm going to discard the binoculars and the pocket knife because I don't need them. Okay. Bullet hell inspiration? So more so like, how does that work for a board? I guess I can kind of see it working. I'd have to look at a video. Okay, so that was its attack. My turn is... What is it? What is it? What is it? We've done that. We have to spend... Oh, literally just spend items. Totaling strength of 6. Okay, well, we're just gonna fucking shoot it. We have shot the Chupacabra. I kind of wish I could just like glue it on there. I've actually never played 100% Orange Juice either. I know it's a digital board game and I've heard of, like, I have it, but I've never actually played it. Okay, so let's see real quick. I want to say it's kind of hell in SEO for, at least I guess heart is somewhat easy for the icon, so it's represented by less than 3. I haven't played a whole lot of Mario Party either. Let's see, play heart. It's another level 99 game, huh? Wait a second. I think I have played this. Hold on. I have played this. When did I play this? I swear I played this. It must have been, like, when did it get released? When did it get released? I think I know who I played it with too. But it's kind of a haze. It's kind of a haze. Okay. When did it come out? When did it come out? Let's see. Come on. I'm not blind. It's in here somewhere. It's a 2021 game. So just kind of a... Did I play it at a convention? I think... Bullet. I've played Bullet Heart before. I distinctly remember choosing... Let me see if I can find the character that I chose. Let me see if I can find it. Either that or I've played something that was using the same sort of... Maybe I was playing Bullet Star? No. It's like Bullet Heart, the first one. Okay, no, Bullet Star is from 2022. But I've played a physical copy of it. Let's see. Where is it? I'm going to pop up the image for it so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Did I play as Compose? I don't know. But I definitely remember playing this before. I think I played it as her because she looked cool, but her rules were a bit more... her rules were a bit more involved. A little bit. Hello, Code Glitch. I'm just actually finishing up. We beat the game. We beat Horrified solo mode. We beat the Chupacabra and the Banshee of the Badlands. We shot it with a pistol. It just took a lot of time. We have 10 monster cards left, and we used 20 monster cards. Except we went an extra turn because of a perk that we had. But But talking about other... Yeah, the goats were the problem. You were supposed to, like, gather goats on the farm to lure out the Chupacabra or something, or just to save them. They say save, but I swear, you're luring the Chupacabra out. And did not get enough goats. We had 7 item tokens left. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pull out, like, how many more were goats? Walkie-talkie, goat, fishing pole, goat, bear trap, holy shit, baseball bat, 1 more. So there were 2 more goats. So there were 6 goats. There's a goat down here. I think there's still 2 goats on the board now. And I think there's a goat or 2 in the discard. Was it just 1 goat? Yes, I was worried initially that there were only 6 goats total, which means that if any of them have to be removed from the board for any reason, it would be difficult. Or like if I had to, like, discards will eventually go back into the box once you run out. But... Oh, bullet image. Sorry. Yeah, trouble with goats. Trouble with goats. So, like, this is the discard pile, and there was a goat there. 2 goats left in the item token bin, and then 1 where it was kind of a... I'm not 100% sure about the rule because it says remove and doesn't say discard, but we'll think about it and we'll leave it. It won't matter if... It won't matter until I have to get through the discarded bin, and then we'll figure it out if I need to hit that point. So yeah, we... Our agent man here, accompanied by Josie, shot the Chupacabra. Truly astounding. It wasn't too difficult. We only lost one person. We lost Sydney. She stepped out at the exact wrong time from the resort and got chomped on, like, immediately by the Chupacabra that same turn. There was no hope. No hope. No help. We saved Mr. Cash, Gus, Willie, and Mari. And, like, it's a good way to learn the game. I don't know how often I would play this, except to learn more rule sets for it. Like, so if I pop out this again, there's the Chupacabra and the Banshee are the suggested starting ones to learn with because they're low complexity. I can see why. Bigfoot is high complexity. There's Mothman, who's medium, Ozark Howler, who's medium, and Jersey Devil, who's high. And you can see that they have a lot of things going on here versus these guys who fit into, like, 1 page shared. And they have suggestions for, like, upping the difficulty too. So yeah, first game. 2 monsters, Banshee and Chupacabra. Like, maybe solo next time playing with the 2 medium monsters. And, like, work up from there. And work up from there. Again, like, this is really silly. Solo is kind of weird because I don't know if I'm supposed to end up with, like, this. I have a lot of items. I have a lot of items in hand. My agent is walking around with half the fucking store in his pockets. So, not certain. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I'll read up some reviews and see what they say about that, like how it goes, like how other people solo play initial goes, and how it builds from there. Like, I wouldn't mind playing it with other people. That would probably be way more fun. It is a co-op after all, and board games are almost always more fun with more people. But we have Hunt of the Cryptid, and we also did a quick interstitial chat game, which was goat themed as well. Purely by accident, I did not realize that Horrified was going to have, like, save the goats as an actual I don't want to say event, but since this play went well for the like game that I was testing, like mini game, TTRPG, play with chat, I'm probably going to try and do that sometime next week. I'm going to try and play a longer game of Parsley with chat, and we'll see how that turns out. That might end up a lot more worrisome, but it'll be the first one, so opportunities to learn on both sides. Okay, who is up? There's gonna be like no one in this category. Let's see. What is BGA? What is BGA? Board Game Arena? I've actually never heard of Board Game Arena before. I'll have to check. So it's a web browser. A web browser set. Okay, I'll have to see what games are in here that okay, Race for the Galaxy. Takenoko. What other games are in here? I guess people want to get away from tabletop sim. I can't necessarily blame them. 545 games. Just like tell me what the games are now before I like sign in. Oh, right here. Oh wow. So leading with Ticket to Wingspan. Like Wingspan though, I already have Wingspan on Steam. Oh, scared of tabletop? I understand that because like I've played with people who aren't necessarily very good with video games on tabletop sim, and it's a little wonky. It's a little wonky. Oh, they have viticulture too. And backgammon. King Domino, that's pretty fun. Pretty basic. Patchwork. I feel like I've been meaning to play Patchwork, but I haven't gotten the chance. Isle of Cats. Sushiko. I'm gonna bring up actually the list so you guys can also see it. It's gonna be blocking. Let's see. It's taking forever to load. Okay. Play your own pace. See all. Huge list. Let's just... just like it's a little painful here. Look at this barrage of text. This is actually... I wonder if they just have a script to like spit out all the licenses they have. Oh, but Love Letter. That's real easy. I have to wonder what's at like the end of the list. What's at the end of the list? Like stuff that's not necessarily in English. Like very, very niche games. The Lady and the Tiger? There's a game for that? Oh, they have Dragon Castle too. Monster Factory. A lot of games to go through. I'll have to take a closer look later. All scripted? All scripted. Those are very nice words to hear. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's always been like the problem with like Steam games. Like, oh, great. I have Wingspan, but I can't play with anyone else unless they also have their own copy. There is a board game called Yokohama. There's a lot of board games with a lot of names. Yokohama. I haven't played Yokohama. At least I don't... Yeah, I have not played Yokohama. Just having to make sure. There's been one or two where it's kind of a... I don't quite remember the name. What is Yokohama about? What kind of game is it? It is an economic strategy game. It's an economic strategy game. So you're a merchant in the Meiji period, trying to gain fame from a successful business. You need to build a store, run your sales channels, learn a variety of techniques, and respond to trade orders from abroad. It's like absolutely riveting. It's not. I want to say like Spice and Wolf is fun, but the economic whole thing went over me. This isn't the kind of theme that I'm attracted to in a board game. Not my kind of thing. Let's see. Okay. But who was phone? Who was Twitch? Who was Twitch? Wingspan. Yeah, and the Steam edition is actually really beautiful. Like the birds move, and also the sounds they make. The sounds they make must be accurate. There's no way that they would just like slap on any old bird noise for what they've got going on. Is there? There's probably no VTubers playing board games except for me. Yeah, I'm the only one. Traxie is sleeping. Karaki's playing music. There's an app for the board game. I didn't know that. It makes sense. The game is meant to be kind of a I don't want to say an advertisement, but like it is like I don't want to say it's a joint project, but it's a conservation. It's trying to incite people to conservation. So it's not surprising. It's not surprising. Okay. What? Why did it like stop? There's another like one or two board game or like word game apps that are supposed to be pretty good. Let me see what they were. What were they? Like Steam's good. Not Steam. Root is good. Wingspan is good. Yeah, like it's it's I don't want to say a strange category, but what else do I have? Tanto isn't bad, but Tanto's music is really repetitive. Like really repetitive. I would imagine Heart of Crown would probably follow in the same vein as Tanto. Like it's not going to be bad aside from maybe the music, which again, just turn off the music. Yeah, digital version of Root is like super cute. I'm never gonna play my own music over that. It's just gonna be like cute little banjo noises. I just want to find out how long someone's been streaming. Unless they literally went offline. They literally went offline. Okay. They went offline. I honestly don't know who to raid, so I'm just going to sign off at the stage. But thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. Tomorrow I'm going to be finishing up, hopefully, Yomawari Night Alone, which is a Japanese, I think, a Vita import onto Steam about a little girl who has lost her dog and her sister. And she is scared of the dark. As am I. I shriek a lot during it. A lot. And thank you for following, Caballo. On Tuesdays, I usually try and play tabletop games. But in the past, I've also been doing like readings of Pathfinder and Dungeon World because I was trying to pick up the rules for Pathfinder before playing a game of it on stream. I haven't actually had to teach anyone how to play Root in a long time. Like personally. We had to learn the rules the hard way together in person, each playing our own faction. That was hell. But again, thank you very much for coming, and I hope that you have a good night.